June 5 is World Environment Day. Is it June 5? April was Earth Day, but every day is a day that we take care of an environment, of our climate. And I'm happy to have the first hearing of two very important measures. My question is, before I read my opening statement, have these measures, have these bills ever been heard in a committee? COMSEC? Where is my COMSEC? Yes. Have these ever been heard in a committee? Not yet. The first in the history of the Philippine Senate. I think you should wear a mask because I'm not wearing mask because I'm speaking. Yes. What is the name of our COMSEC? Jamie. Jamie, yeah. You're the Economic Affairs COMSEC. Yes. And I would just like to state that while I'm not chair of the Economic Affairs Committee, it is Senator Poe. She graciously agreed to create the subcommittee that will handle this because both the PENCAS and Blue Economy were referred. It's not in the Environment Committee, right? So both were referred to. Kunin mo nga yung palabay. Hindi yung, kasi makapal yung isa eh. Yung magaan lang sa kotse. Pakuha mo kasi. Sige na, malilipat po lang ito ng harang. Hindi, gusto ko nakahapon sa magpagkaso. Ay, papayulipat po. Oo, sige. Okay, dear. Okay, so having said that, the hearing of the Subcommittee on Economic Affairs joint with the Committees on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change and Finance is called to order. Isang lunti ang Pilipinas sa ating lahat. The following bills and a resolution are referred to the Subcommittee on Economic Affairs for today's hearing. Again, for the record, I will read for the Philippine Ecosystem and Natural Capital Accounting System, PENCAS. Alam ko ito'y medyo bago sa marami, pero ito'y hindi bago sa atin dahil ito'y ginagawa na ng maraming dekada, I think 1980s, sa United Nations at ginagawa na rin ito ng NEDA. But it's important to institutionalize it into legislation. So we have Senate Bill number 9 as principal author of the PENCAS, Senate Bill 1914 by Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr., Senate Bill 2041 by Senator Majority Leader Joel Villanueva. Now, for the Blue Economy Act, I believe this has been refiled for many Congresses. Senate Bill number 1993, again by this representation, Senate Resolution 81, authored by Senator Grace Poe. Just, I'll check. I know that Senator Angara has a Blue Economy bill. How come it's not here?
For the last check namin, hindi pa nag-refer sa LIS.
So he didn't file it?
It's not
Been referred? It has not been referred. So I'm the principal author. I know that he filed, he told me. So he filed but not yet referred to the committee. So pag ganyan na nangyari, it will later be referred to the same committee, not a different committee. So it will be taken into consideration. Okay. So I could say this is probably the best time to institute this commonsensical approach to managing our national patrimony. But the truly best time would have been when I first filed the Philippine Economic, Environmental, and Natural Resources Accounting, PINRA, bill, believe it or not, 16 years ago, 2007. So as early as 2007, we envisioned this measure. We changed the name, and of course, everything evolved. So we would have realized then what we stood to lose. Imagine if we had that enacted in 2007, just like the Ecological Solid Waste Management that was way back 1998. So, but never mind, there's always a time for everything. So if we realize what we stood to lose then, and we legislated it in 2007, then the damage we stood to suffer, and we would have planned and invested accordingly. Pero wag na magsisi, importante, gawin natin ngayon. With the NEDA arriving, I hope NEDA, you're coming, PSA is here, you will be duly acknowledged, and of course the DNR and the Climate Change Commission and the DTI and the DFA and other agencies of government who will be recognized, I know that the time has come. So restoration must use economic indicators that value more than just the incomes and ignore the destruction of our natural capital in generating revenues and calculating what is lost. As we face an age of changing climate and unprecedented biodiversity loss, the challenge is how we can use our vulnerability as an opportunity to examine the role and the impact of natural resources on the economic growth of a developing nation such as our country. By institutionalizing a Philippine ecosystem and natural capital accounting system, PENCAS. So wag natin interchange yung national at natural because sometimes there are these are interchangeably used. We hope to integrate environmental inputs and outputs in the determination of national income accounts to reflect a more accurate state of development and economic performance of our country. So second also on our agenda is the bill promoting effective maritime governance, necessary to ensure the sustainability of a blue economy and to ensure that the Philippines' maritime interests are protected and properly managed. The United Nations specifies blue economy as a range of economic activities related to oceans, seas, and coastal areas, and whether these activities are sustainable and socially equitable. Clearly, we are a maritime nation with up to 88% of our territory covering 2.2 million square kilometers of water area. So it is crucial to enhance the health and well-being of marine resources of our coastal communities and aid the preservation efforts for the environment. So we believe that these steps are crucial in our goal of conserving and preserving our ecosystem for the present and future generations, which is why I thank all of you, especially Secretary Tony Loizaga and Vice Chair Commissioner Robert Borge, and all of you who will be acknowledged. So I would like to ask the COMSEC to please Ms. Jamie Duque Dailig to acknowledge our guests and resource persons and kindly indicate if they are here present or because it's a hybrid hearing, but I appreciate your being here because it's different when we are face to face. So thank you very much. But I first acknowledge Secretary Maria Antonia Loizaga of the DNR and Robert E.A. Borge of the Climate Change Commission. Commissioner, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. With the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, we would also like to acknowledge the presence of USEC Analisa Rebeltate, USEC Carlos Primo David, ASEC Marshall Amaro, Director Romy Rose Padin, Attorney Lester Joseph Kaliwara, and Ms. Mika De Leon for the Climate Change Service. For the Department of Agriculture, we have on-site Mr. Zaldi Perez, Assistant Director for Administrative Services, Ms. Maria Abigail A. Alba Ladej, Attorney Eliza Aviles, Attorney Gladys May Talan, Dr. John De Leon of the Philippine Rice Research Institute, and Dr. Jaime A. Manalo IV of the Socioeconomics Division. For the National Economic and Development Authority, we have Mr. Ralph Camelo Mariano, OIC Chief, RDS, Mr. Julius A. Casabal, Chief Economic Development Specialist, and Ms. Mary Desiree Joy Bonga. For the Philippine Statistics Authority, we have Ms. Divina Gracia Del Prado, the Deputy National Statistician, OIC, Ms. Vivian R. Ilarina, Attorney Camille Ann Celis, Attorney Neptali G. Maroto. For the Department of Transportation, the Philippine Ports Authority, we have Attorney Mark John Palomar. For the DPWH, we have Ms. Mary Ann Corioso. For the DepEd, we have Dr. Danilo G. Soriano. For the Department of Budget and Management, Attorney Tricia M. Baraan and Ms. Nihal Abdullah Rauf Palangka. For the Department of Foreign Affairs, we have ASEC Paul Vincent Uy and Director Joel Peralta of the Maritime and Ocean Affairs Office. For the Department of Trade and Industry, we have Director Janet Cuenca, Ms. Elizabeth Pahilan, and Mr. David Xavier Ginto. For the Climate Change Commission, we have Vice Chairperson and Executive Director Robert E.A. Borge, together with Attorney Carol K. Paquera, Jerome Ilagan, Sandy Recabar, Joe Marie Francisco, and Sheila Ducay. For the online attendees, we have for the DNR, ASEC Arley Adorable, Attorney Danilo Uykeng, Attorney Emeline Talabis. We also have Engineer Renato Esperanza, Attorney Joseph Bautista, Larissa Revilla Ramos, and Nico Dalusong. For the Department of Health, we have Attorney Jose R. Ruiz. For the DILG, the Department of Interior and Local Government, we have Ms. Lucita de la Peña and Mr. Raymar Tablanza. For the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, we have Attorney Marides Lim. For the National Renewable Energy Board of the Department of Energy, we have Mr. Rainier Halcon. For the Department of Tourism, we have as observers Ms. Ruth Tison and Mr. Adrian Cruz. For the Department of Science and Technology, we have Mr. Harold Tabusa, Mr. Alvin Retamar, Mr. Juanito Galang. For the Pag-asa, the Science and Technology Institute, and FIVOX. For the Professional Regulation Commission, we have with us Neria Andin. For the Office of the Executive Secretary, we have Attorney Eulogio Amado Saban, Attorney Erich Joseph Ting. For the Department of Finance, we have Ms. Rowena Pimentel, Mr. Keanu Penaranda. And for the Securities and Exchange Commission, we have Ms. Emma A. Valencia. For the Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resources Research and Development of the DOST, we have Ms. Mia Barbara Aranas and Ms. Charmaine Angela Trillana. For the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, from the Financial Supervision Department, we have Ms. Ana Rowena Imperial, Mr. Agner Boco, Ms. Cheryl Ofrasio, Attorney Erica Paul Alim, Mr. Michael Bartalozo, and Attorney Caroline C. Bugayong Cruz. For the Tanggol Kalikasan, we have Attorney Asis Perez. We have Ms. Rodora Asanza from the UP Diliman Science and Technology. We have Von Ryan Herrera from the DFA, Special Assistant, and Dr. Wilfredo Licuanan of the LSU. We also have here in the gallery, Mr. Rodelio Gagwis of the National Museum and USEC Ana Carolina Sanchez of the Department of Trade and Industry. For the Silliman University, we have Dr. Ben Malayang III and Ms. Rina Rosales of the REECS. We also have online. We also have virtually with us Dr. Shell Habito of Brain Trust and Dr. Neil Aldrin Malyari. We also have Mr. Wilfredo Licuanan on site. For the Philippine Fisheries Development Authority, we have Attorney Glenn Pangapalan, Iris De Vera, Attorney Jose R. Ruiz, Engineer Danilo Axalan, Attorney Fatima Denise Briones Mejia. For the Philippine Reclamation Authority, we have Attorney Joseph John Literal, Engineer Elizabeth Mendoza, and Attorney Mark Gregory Solano. That's all for now, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, COMSEC. First, we handle the PENCAS, and I would like to hear from Secretary Loizaga of the DNR. How important is it? Is it necessary legislation or is it not? Is it relevant during this time or is it not? And what are the implications, the benefits if we urgently enact this piece of legislation, the DNR? And perhaps the connection of measuring our resources to biodiversity, to food security, and all others. But perhaps before that, we can have the definition of terms. Will I do that? Or can you help? I can do that. So let me just state that the PENCAS bill is actually one of the 10 priority measures that I suggested, and it was adopted. I think you were present there, no, Tony? By the LEDAC. I'm just wondering why the PLLO in their priority bills for passage did not include that. So I hope the PLLO is present here. Can you ask them to sit so that they also learn? Yes, I would appreciate if the PLLO can be here so that they can correct that, because it was in Malacanang and Sec Loizaga was there where we suggested it and it was adopted by the LEDAC, I think, from my recollection. So we also know that there's a roadmap to institutionalize natural capital accounting, and this was launched already by the NEDA. And this was done in partnership with the United Nations Development Program.
May problema. Ingat po. Ingat po. Kayo naman ako magbabayad eh.
Can we ask those who are online to exercise discipline, please? Who are those who are talking about payments made? Are they people online? Would you be able to trace who they are? Because people online must exercise discipline, right? Digital discipline. Please. We're not in a marketplace. So, I would like to quote our NEDA chief, Arsenio Balisacan. PENCAS will support the targets of the PDP. That's why it's very urgent that we pass this, because we already have the PDP up to 2028. But this will, of course, enhance it. And in Chapter 15, there's it Accelerate Climate Action and Strengthening Disaster Resilient chapter, which aims to strengthen the resilience of communities, institutions, and ecosystems to the impacts of natural hazards and climate change. So then again, ano ba itong PENCAS? Pero ang haba-haba nito. So it has its impact on economic management and policy making, on sustainable development planning, on international funding and collaboration, on conservation and biodiversity protection, on climate change mitigation and adaptation, on sustainable livelihoods, on disaster resilience and resilience building, on sustainable tourism. So in our bill, what does it say? Simple definition of natural capital. The concept of nature as a stock that provides a flow of benefits to people and the economy. And this includes air, water, soil, minerals, forests, coral reefs, seagrass beds, and all living things. It is from this natural capital that humans derive a wide range of goods and services. We all know that, which make human lives possible. So this is so important that this natural capital we speak of, our food, our water, our energy, our climate regulation, these are all called ecosystem services. And these provide people everywhere with the means for our healthy lives and our economic activity. So this is so important to know it exists and to measure it and to know its value in our GDP and our GNP. So the Philippine ecosystem and natural capital accounting system shall be based on the existing environmental accounting frameworks that are covered already by the United Nations System of Environmental Economic Accounting, or UNC, and are theoretically correct and accepted as evaluated based on international standards. So this UNC, I think it was 1980s, can you get the year, is a framework that integrates both economic and environmental data to provide a more comprehensive and multi-purpose view of the interrelationships between the economy, the environment and ecosystems, and the stocks and changes in stocks of natural assets as they bring benefits to humanity. So the PENCAS framework will include a list of statistics on the depreciation of natural capital, environmental protection expenditures, pollution, quality of our land, air, and sea, environmental damages, and our genuine savings. So it is also a roadmap and manual for further development of these indicators for each of the terrestrial, meaning land and fresh water, and blue. That's why you also have the Blue Economy Bill. So again, first time it's been heard in the history of this institution. Nangingilabot pa kayo parang ako? Anyway, and blue economy shall be formulated. That's why this is so important. And I hope really that we could enact it soon. Because I know that the House of Representatives had passed it already on third reading. Both? Both. Okay. Or PENCAS. Okay. So we will shepherd the process, and I would like to hear from the agencies of government, starting with, oh, we have NEDA here. Yusek, Crystal, Oy. Yes. Are you new in NEDA? Are you the one handling PENCAS? Yes, but I hope you know this because you will be because NEDA is very important here. We wanted who was in charge in NEDA, who's been implementing this, because as I said, this is not new. You're organic in NEDA or newly appointed? Yes, but you've studied this because you're here in behalf of the institution. Okay, please. So we have Secretary Tony Loizaga, who probably understands the passion with which I address my work. I take it so seriously. I may seem very strict. I just take it too seriously because this is so important for the life of humanity. So, PNR, Secretary Loizaga, please tell us the importance and the urgency of the bills on hand and whether the DNR agrees or disagrees. I hope you don't disagree with the enactment of these measures. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to colleagues as well. The DNR strongly and categorically supports the legislative measures that aim to institutionalize the Philippine Ecosystem and Natural Capital Accounting System, or the PENCAS. The PENCAS will not only provide us with a snapshot of the environment and its contribution to the economy, it will help map possible directions in the development of the nation beyond traditional indicators and allow us to explore multiple trajectories for social, economic, and environment development from the valuation of our natural resources. Our position, very briefly stated, Madam Chair, is we must measure what we treasure as a country.
Very good statement.
The department believes that these bills will more accurately reflect the true state of the nation's wealth as derived from its natural resources. It will enable strategic planning for sustainable development and climate and disaster resilience by establishing the baseline accounts for the Philippine Development Plan. Accordingly, it will accelerate the targeted design of policies and programs that advance inclusive and resilient development through the management of our natural resources in the face of global challenges such as climate change. The PENCAS will provide a common and systems-based platform for evidence-informed decision-making and can serve as the basis for integrated decision-making across sectors, scales, and geographies. When combined with the National Natural Resources Geospatial Database and a proposed National Risk Register, the Natural Capital Accounting System will enable scenario-based planning along specific risk horizons and provide the opportunity for future thinking, for resilient development and national environmental security planning. The system should enable the design of observation, monitoring, and analysis of natural resources management, including the impacts of climate change on the inputs to our country's economy. This is especially significant where ecosystems require immediate protection at this point, and where biodiversity and threatened species play vital roles in the maintenance of food and water cycles. The country is abundantly endowed with natural resources. Based on our 2020 land cover data released by NAMRIA, we have 15 million hectares of classified forest lands. These are broken down into closed and open forests. And we do have mangrove forests covering approximately 300,000 hectares. The Philippines has an extensive coastline of approximately 37,008 kilometers and rich marine resources with a total territorial water of over 679 square kilometers, hosting a wide variety of species of corals, fish, mangroves, and seagrasses. We're also considered the fifth most mineralized country in the world, with 9 million hectares of high mineral potential areas. Natural capital accounting plays a pivotal role in ensuring that these natural resources are harnessed for the country's ecological and biological diversity and sustained economic development. Natural capital accounting is also a powerful tool for disaster risk reduction and management, from preparation, prevention, response, planning, and a trajectory towards a green and blue economy. Natural capital accounting will provide real insight for planning and financial decisions, such as reforming incentives, mobilizing new types of finance, and mainstreaming green investments and policies because of its ability to integrate environmental, social, and economic information and assess the trade-offs that need to be made. The PENCAS will provide the opportunity to operationalize the integrated water resources management system as well, which Executive Order number 22, series of 2023, issued by the President, creating the WRMO at the DNR, aims to achieve. PENCAS can provide information on the physical flows of water within the economy and between the economy and the environment, the stocks of water assets and changes to these stocks, economic activity, and transactions related to water resources. This can help policymakers design better policies on water allocation and pricing strategies more in line with the ability to pay, and can inform where targeting investments in water infrastructure can generate the largest impact on the economy. Institutionalizing the PENCAS through these bills serves as a core means of achieving biodiversity, climate, sustainable development goals, and green recovery agenda in coherent ways. These legislative measures will provide a comprehensive data framework for the generation of natural capital statistics and accounts towards their progressive integration in macroeconomic indicators and provide tools and measures to contribute to the protection, conservation, restoration, regeneration, and resiliency of ecosystems. The department proposes that the PENCAS establish clear concepts, definitions, and classifications of ecosystem services and their components to be able to establish innovative payment schemes for ecological services. This can strengthen climate resilience and address biodiversity loss by encouraging local governments and the private sector to reward people's efforts to conserve vital ecosystem services. Developing the natural capital accounting system is a process that can link multiple disciplines and data providers, including statisticians and economists, with social and natural scientists, remote sensing and artificial intelligence experts, and communities themselves that may be engaged in citizen science. These transdisciplinary structure will enhance and bridge information for decision makers in the public and private sectors. It can inform decision making with respect to incentives, finance, and national and local policy coherence, and support the monitoring, evaluation, and learning from the implementation of these policies and programs. The transdisciplinarity and integrated framework of the PENCAS would provide a systems perspective to risk-based decision-making, provide a common reference from which different agencies may locate their mandates, identify opportunities for collaboration and synergy, and track their performance. Aligned with the department's mandates and the roadmap to institutionalize the natural capital accounting in the Philippines, the department has identified significant actions it will undertake to support PENCAS. First, it will lead in establishing site-specific and area-based ecosystem accounts. This involves collecting and analyzing data on ecosystem characteristics, functions, and services at specific locations. The data collected will be provided to the PSA, ensuring their availability for national-level analysis and decision-making. Secondly, we will establish the National Geospatial Database for Natural Resources, which is already underway, as a key reference to natural capital accounting. Thirdly, we will promote the understanding that the natural environment, biodiversity, and ecosystem services are valuable opportunities, provide benefits and assets rather than just mere backdrops for absorbing impacts. Fourth, we will ensure the wide availability of tools, methods, and skills for ecosystem accounting that enable the accurate, comprehensive, and reliable valuation of ecosystem services, covering provisioning, regulating, cultural, and aesthetic values. In cooperation with the Philippine Space Agency and other space agencies, as well as spatial data providers, we aim to optimize the utilization of both ground and space-based monitoring that advances the use of remote sensing, geographic information systems, the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, among others, in establishing the baseline conditions of ecosystems and in building capacity for change detection and other forms of analytics. In order to effectively fulfill this responsibility, the department earnestly appeals for the allocation of additional budgetary support to the PSA and the DNR. This additional support is important to undertake essential tasks of researching, identifying, observing, monitoring, and analyzing the physical basis for each of the natural capital accounts. The allocated budget will be specifically dedicated to acquiring the necessary technology and engaging human resources, as well as fostering new initiatives designed to advance these endeavors. Through the department's program on establishing the National Geospatial Database for Natural Resources, the following initiatives are already being undertaken. We are building a national clearinghouse for private sector reforestation efforts, as well as public sector reforestation efforts, and mapping the intersection of key biodiversity areas, government-owned lands, and barren lands within protection forests. We are identifying, quantifying, and securing our remaining large water resources for government to develop through strategic partnerships. Thirdly, we are identifying mineral resources that can be optimized and further explored. The department commends the provision in the proposed bills regarding the establishing of a dedicated unit to carry out these responsibilities, allocating sufficient budgetary resources to meet the necessary requirements for human resources, experts, tools, and technologies will be indispensable for the effective implementation of the PENCAS. The institutionalization of the PENCAS represents a very significant step towards harnessing the benefits of nature and safeguarding its invaluable services for present and future generations. By integrating the values of nature into policy, planning, and financial decisions, PENCAS promotes a more calibrated and sustainable approach to inclusive and climate disaster resilient development. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
That's very well said. It might as well be included in my sponsorship speech in plenary. And I want you to be there to assist me in answering all the questions, because what Secretary Loizaga of the DNR mentioned is already very clearly the justification of why it's so important. Let me just add, so thank you for that, Tony. So why is it so important? Economic management and policy making. When we institutionalize PENCAS, it will allow government to measure environmental inputs and outputs, which information is vital for economic management and policy making. And by assigning economic value to the various services provided by ecosystems such as clean water, air purification, carbon sequestration, flood regulation, we can highlight the importance of conserving and properly managing our natural resources. So, simply put, the term that you said, we measure what we treasure. At tatagalugin ko pang simple, hindi natin kayang protektahan ang hindi natin alam na nandyan. Di ba? Sinusukat mo or merong kang listahan ng ari-arian mo. Kung merong sa bangkong savings, kung merong kang nasa pitaka mo na pera, kung merong kang namanang lupa or merong kang hinuhulugan. So, importante ang ating yaman, ang ating likas yaman ay parte ng ating yaman. That is why I always say this. We are not a poor nation. We are one of the wealthiest nations in the world in terms of our biodiversity, in terms of our natural wealth, and our natural capital. That is why whoever says we are poor does not understand the concept of the blue and the green economy and does not understand PENCAS. That is the reason I am passionate about enacting this into law and also educating our DepEd students, our college students, our kababayans everywhere, including government officials, to understand the import of this. So, sustainable development and planning. When we incorporate PENCAS into our development process, so we can, Tony said this, I'll just have to reiterate it, we will now make informed decisions. Kasi, okay, infrastructure we build, but if we build the infrastructure but we cut a mountain and we have to deforest the whole mountain, then what will ensue? Soil erosion and the floods that will come after that have to be measured, and the impact on the low-lying communities. So all of these have to be measured. So we have to balance economic growth and environmental sustainability, thereby promoting sustainable development. So if we consider the impacts of development projects on our ecosystems and natural resources, then the government can assess the trade-offs and identify opportunities for sustainable development. This can contribute to clearer policies and regulations that promote responsible resource management and minimize, if not totally eradicate, environmental degradation. Now, this will bring about, I think you mentioned it, investments, green investments, international funding, and collaboration. So, our national capital accounting can strengthen our case for international funding and collaboration by demonstrating the value of our natural resources and ecosystems. Then we will attract not just money, but also technical assistance, partnerships to implement conservation and sustainable development projects, financial support, such as the global carbon credit market, designed to help countries and corporations that are carbon neutral or carbon negative to get compensation from countries that are carbon positive. So conservation and biodiversity protection, it goes without saying. So as I said, we are so rich in biodiversity, in our unique and diverse ecosystems. So the valuation of these ecosystems can highlight the importance of conserving these natural resources and provide a basis for developing policies and strategies to restore these ecosystems which may have been lost, which are degraded, which are on the brink of getting lost and dying, which will impact on our food security. So climate change mitigation adaptation, I'll hear Robert later. Okay, so PENCAS can also help in quantifying the carbon sequestration of our forests, of our wetlands, and our ecosystems. So it can contribute to our mitigation efforts. And even, yes, if we're 1/3 of 1%, we still must mitigate as a function of adaptation. But it can also help in identifying and assessing our nature-based solutions for adaptation, coastal restoration, reforestation. Now, building resilience is another. So we just had Mawar. I'm glad that Betty did not impact so bad, at least in Metro Manila, but it also affected Northern Luzon. So as a country vulnerable to these natural hazards, so PENCAS will help us more in disaster risk reduction strategies to assess the protective role of our ecosystems, our mangroves, and our wetlands. So this will mitigate the impact of disasters. This will enhance the ability of our ecosystems to withstand weather or climate-related disturbances and provide critical support to our local communities. Then our LGUs can have their local ordinances for PENCAS, right? Sustainable livelihoods. What is the impact? Bakit pa kailangan yan, DTI, DOLE? Ba't ba kailangan DA? Mahalaga ito. As a developing country, we rely everything on our natural resources for our livelihood. Agriculture, forestry, fisheries. Yeah, Bifar is here. I would have wanted Yusek Mercy to be here because she was a NEDA handling PENCAS before. Now she's with the DA. So next time we invite Yusek Mercy Sumbilio. So if we institute PENCAS in DA, in fisheries, we can understand the linkages between the ecosystems and livelihood of our fisher folks to identify their best practices in sustainable development and promote the equitable distribution of benefits derived from our natural resources. Tourism. I would like to invite as well Sec Christina Frasco. Let's invite them because this will impact on sustainable tourism. We are so many popular destinations, not just those you see on calendars or Instagram, but so many hidden gems for our natural beauty. So we can contribute to sustainable tourism development when we value our ecosystems in attracting visitors and our local livelihoods. And when we attract tourists, both domestic and foreign, sabi mo na, ilan ang nipas natin? 100, how many nipas do we have? 114? Total NIPAS areas? No, declared by law. 114. No. NIPAS, INIPAS, total 114. Legislated. No, 94 yung bago. Yung dati, 13. So 94 plus 13 is 107. So ang legislated 107, but perhaps what Sec. Loizaga is mentioning at 200 plus, those that are ready to be enacted. No, ang legislated is only 107. Yes. Can you check that? By legislation, protected areas were legislated, they were very slow. Only 13, 1-3. Only 94 plus 113. Because that's the reason, and I have to explain this. Legislation was so slow, 13 lang. And I've been here 4 terms. So on my 3rd term, I decided to put the 94 together, which was questioned by some, but we persisted with the DNR. I think Mundita was in charge then, Yusek Te, sila Jonas, andyan ba sila? Alam nila yon. At the time, the hearing was held here, and people were questioning, dapat isa-isa to, isa-isa, maski 100 termino na ako sa Senado, at ilang generasyon, ilan. Imagine, from the beginning of time that the institution was established, only 1-3-13 protected areas were enacted. If we did it tingi, isa-isa, no, that's why we had 94 together. And then the rest, the 200 plus you're mentioning, minus the 107, if they're ready for enactment, we will be happy to author it and sponsor it. Okay. So I just mentioned some of the important aspects of our life where PENCAS or measuring our natural capital is important. At this point, I would like to hear from the climate, but we recognize Yusek Tanuy, who will speak later after the Climate Change Commission. Yes. Vice Chair Borges, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The Climate Change Commission expresses its strong and principled support to the draft bills establishing the PENCAS, a valuable tool that will complement the comprehensive set of policies and institutions to address the triple threat of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution using a whole-of-government approach. The CCC views the PENCAS as long overdue and thus to be considered as an urgent bill. The Climate Change Commission takes to heart the pronouncement of the Honorable Chair and expresses appreciation for her continuing leadership on climate change and environmental stewardship and for reminding us of the urgency of the collective work at hand. PENCAS will provide the foundation for precise and transparent policy and management decision-making in environment and natural resources management. It can also provide a compelling basis for more targeted investments on programs that will promote a healthy environment, sustainable ecosystem services, and resilient people. The latest 6th assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or IPCC, points out that effective climate action must recognize the interdependence of climate, ecosystems, and biodiversity and human societies, the value of diverse forms of knowledge, and the close linkages between climate change, adaptation, mitigation, ecosystem health, human well-being, and sustainable development. Madam Chair, the objectives of the PENCAS bill align with the strategic priorities set by the country's national frameworks on climate change adaptation and mitigation, including the National Climate Change Action Plan under the pillar of environmental and ecological stability. The PENCAS stands to provide a robust foundation for the Philippines' access to external support or the means of implementation under the Paris Agreement as the country endeavors to undertake equitable adaptation strategies with mitigation co-benefits. The proposed measures are deemed vital since they will also reinforce the development planning of the National Adaptation Plan and the Nationally Determined Contribution Implementation Plan by pursuing an ecosystem accounting that includes losses and damages from natural hazards and an inventory of emission sources and removals, including their monetary value. Again, the CCC reiterates its strong and principled support to the PENCAS bills as they seek to reinforce the implementation of the Philippine Development Plan 2023-2028 on Chapter 15, Accelerating Climate Action and Strengthen Disaster Resilience. The bills are envisioned to generate accounts and datasets that will better inform policy, planning, and programming toward increasing resiliency, attaining a balance between economic development and managing natural resources, and accelerating transformative climate change adaptation and mitigation. The CCC, Madam Chair, hopes that the passing of the bills into law will lead to a systematic and timely accounting of the Philippines' natural resources. And yes, as you have very well said, what is at stake here, Madam Chair, are the lives, the livelihood, and the future, not just of our nation, but of the entire world. In Filipino, buhay, kabuhayan at kinabukasan nating lahat ang nakataya. For specific inputs, we'd like to forward the following. Natural capital units. The PENCAS bills may consider agencies with specific mandates in the management over the productive aspects of the resources shall have national capital units. Pursuant to Executive Order 174, the CCC is the overall lead in the implementation of the Philippine Greenhouse Gas Inventory Management and Reporting System. On valuation of natural capital accounts, while the proposed bills mandate the establishment of natural capital accounts by national capital units, the responsibility of providing valuation to such accounts should also be clearly established, as natural resources inventory and accounting and valuation require different specialized competencies. Third, on role of local government units, LGUs will play a critical role in data collection, and data acquisition for the PENCAS should be systematized for consistency across time, since data on ecosystem services may be used for comparison across time and space. Fourth, for open data, an open data system may be considered as part of the provisions. Based on the Philippine experience, inability to access data, even from government agencies, has been a major obstacle for the scientific community to optimize the use in conducting studies and research. And fifth, monitoring, evaluation, and reporting. The envisioned outputs of the PENCAS will strengthen the baseline setting, monitoring, evaluation, and reporting of climate information. These will also serve as inputs to the updating of climate-related programs, which include those committed under the NDC. Moving forward, the system can be managed to collectively identify indicators, track progress, and measure the achievement of targets, results, impacts, and outcomes. PENCAS, Madam Chair, we believe provides the framework for assigned values to ecosystem services as concrete costs for support under the Paris Agreement to include for long-term investment. This will also quantify possible loss and damage in terms of biodiversity loss and the cost to restore it. Under PENCAS, we have evidence for our claim for support, even critical baselines, to pursue development beyond 2050. And this is why Commission is fully behind these bills, again, because lives, livelihood, and our future at stake. So, maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Sec Borge. Yes, Yusek Tan-Uy, may we hear from NEDA, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. We understand and fully support the bills that are being deliberated today. We note that, of course, PENCAS will institutionalize natural capital accounting to ascribe economic values to our environment and natural resources. And we note that it's one of the priority legislative agenda under Chapter 15 of the PDP 2023 to 2028. And it's also included in the Common Legislative Agenda of the Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council. So we support the immediate passage of this law, and we look forward to working with Congress for the bill. I would also like to add that the National Capital Accounting Roadmap, which was spearheaded by NEDA, PSA, and DNR, could be a good stepping stone for any discussions on this particular bill. We note that the NCA actually serves as an important tool to measure changes in the stock of natural capital and to integrate the value of ecosystem services into accounting and reporting systems for a given region or ecosystem. And from the government's perspective, NCA is a vital decision support tool as it can inform the formulation of development plans, policies, and programs, guide the assessment of gains and trade-offs of development projects to manage the competing uses of our natural capital, and improve the reporting of the country's performance and monitoring of VNR indicators. So with that, Your Honor, we remain at the disposal of Congress for succeeding hearings or meetings that will discuss and improve on the bill for its immediate passage. Thank you.
Thank you. May we know from NEDA what were the initiatives from the national government insofar as our economic development authority is concerned, including natural capital accounting as part of the national income accounting system? In short, when did NEDA start with this, and was this influenced or under the supervision of the UNC, which I read earlier? And what is it, to what extent did the NEDA actually implement it within NEDA and the other agencies of government, just so that we understand when it started, how long ago. Can you listen when I speak, please? Yes, when it started, to what extent has it been implemented in government, where we are now, so that we can proceed. If NEDA never implemented it, so that we know the legislation is so important. If NEDA already started implementing it, then that's good. We're not starting from zero. So may I please be enlightened on NEDA's integration or mainstreaming of natural accounting. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. So the roadmap to institutionalize NCA in the Philippines, the document itself has already been published, and it's available at the NEDA website. And it identified actually that PSA, the Philippine Statistics Authority, will be the agency that will lead in the compilation of asset and flow accounts, such as mineral, energy, water, land and soil, timber, and biological resources. For DNR, it will lead the development of site-specific ecosystem accounts, and the roadmap prioritizes 30 priority sites for ecosystem accounting. And I think DNR can also provide updates on the priority sites. I think they have already implemented some of the sites that are being looked at currently. And the Philippine Statistics Authority can also provide updates on the compilation that they have already been was able to already accomplish.
Yes, thank you for that. May I please be enlightened when NEDA started the natural resource accounting, and which agencies of government did you collaborate with, so that we have an idea when government actually started this?
The roadmap was published. Was just published last year, and it was done in conjunction with the DNR and the Philippine Statistics Authority.
You're referring to the PDP?
That's-
My question is, natural resource accounting is not new to NEDA. So may I be informed, when was it initially started? And what programs or projects did NEDA do to integrate, to mainstream natural resource accounting, and where are we at? It's a very simple question for your agency.
Yes, Your Honor. It was started in 2014, and it's the Phil Waves.
Who is prompting you? Because we're speaking to an undersecretary, and somebody is prompting you. May we have his name and his position, if he is a director, so that he can be acknowledged? That's why I expect people to come prepared to hearings. Can we have some respect for the work we do? This is so important. Yeah, may we have your name, please? Thank you for being here to prompt our undersecretary, who may be new in government. And we don't know everything. That's why I need to know when we started and what did NEDA do. And next time, NEDA must send someone who knows the subject matter and is prepared. That's why I always say this. Yes, may we have your name, please?
Good morning po, Madam Chair, Madam Senator. I am Julius Casabal. I am Chief of the Environment Division of the NEDA ANRES. ANRES stands for Agriculture, Natural Resources, and Environment Staff. So, Ma'am, I know you are aware about the Phil Waves project. Yeah, it's a
Expecting to hear about Phil Waves project, which was not mentioned. I want to know more. I don't know if it's Phil Waves. It's called the Waves Global Partnership Program. I'd like to know, where are we at with this? NEDA and PSA. I will ask PSA also. I hope you know this. The evaluation of the ecosystem services of the Waves project. So I want to know, simple na naman, tinatatagalogin ko na nga. Kayong lahat na sa gobyerno, kailan ba nagsimula ito? Naiintindihan ba nyo ito? Ito ba'y nasagawa na? Kailan pa nagsimula? Ano ang mga programa, proyekto na ginawa nyo sa NEDA dahil kayo ang nasa buod nito? turuan kayo ng turuan dyan eh. Please naman, kayo mga bata kayo, maghanda kayo pag pupunta kayo. Do your homework, please.
Yes.
Do your homework. Be
Yes,
prepared.
Senator.
Look at the Secretary of Environment. She's prepared. The Climate Change Commission, they're prepared. Please, I hope the others are prepared. Let's do our job well. So, Neda, I know, hindi to bago sa inyo. That's why I want to be enlightened. When did it start in Neda? Let the Undersecretary answer. Yes, we recognize Senator Robin Hood Padilla. Thank you for joining me. So, please, let us know kailan po nagsimula ito sa NEDA, and tell us about the Waves project, and tell us about the importance. Like I heard from the DNR Secretary and from the Climate Change Vice Chair, how urgent this is to our life. So, NEDA, as our economic planners, I want to hear from you. In short, without PENCAS, what are we doing? With PENCAS, how will life change and economic planning in our country? And when did it start in NEDA? Because you started it. How many years ago? How did it start? In what division? In what bureau? What line item in the budget supported it? Because I want to help you. I want to help NEDA. I want to be able to have an amendment in the budget for next year in case it is not in your NEP. Because I hope that this can be enacted, right? Because when I ask you these questions, you're doing your NEP now. So we want this, hopefully, nakanandyan na sa NEP, anticipated to be enacted into law. Because I cannot imagine any human alive on this earth who would not understand this or who would not abide by it or agree to what we're discussing, right? So we have our chief economist. Very good. Yes. How long have you been with NEDA, Mr. Julius?
Since 2010.
2010. How about Yusek Uy? How long have you been with NEDA?
3 months po.
3 months. And
Senator.
before that, Ms. Uy?
I was with the PCC, Philippine Competition Commission.
Okay. You're an economist or a lawyer?
I'm a lawyer.
Okay. So, you're an economist, you're a lawyer, put your heads together. Uulitin ko, takatanong mo ko, simple lang. Kailan ba nagsimula ang NEDA sa PENCAS? You know, if you did your homework, Yusek Uy, I'm sure you came from government, di ka pala bago eh. Before you come to a committee hearing, my dear, be ready. And
Yes, Senator.
this is so basic. If you did your homework, you would know when PENCAS started in NEDA.
Opo.
I want to be enlightened because I don't have the information.
So as
Can anybody in this room answer the question? When did it start in the Philippine government? If it started in NEDA, what year, what program, what project? Who is an expert in NEDA, in PENCAS? What did they do? How did it influence our governmental processes? What will life happen? How will life happen if you don't have it? And what are the economic indicators that will be affected by it? So short, paano magabago ang buhay ng ekonomiya ng Pilipino at ng Pilipinas kung meron tayong batas na ito? So that's my question to Yusek Uy, who's a lawyer, and Mr. Casabal, who's an economist.
So, Senator, the PhilWaves project started in 2014 to 2017. And under that project, we had the PSA to compile the asset accounts.
I actually,
Yes. Opo.
so, DNR, can you help me out? Secretary Loizaga, I simply want to know, when did we start the PENCAS? If not, I'll just Google it. If NEDA cannot answer me.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
and
thank you, Tony.
Thank you. I would
Save NEDA. Yes, please.
Madam Chair, I would just be referring to a presentation by the PSA on the efforts for natural capital accounting. They do have a presentation that cites that the NRAP, or the Environment and Natural Resource Accounting Project, began in 1991.
See, as far back as that. PSA, I hope you're able to answer that. Then I will call on you after. And I will not pressure NEDA if you're not ready for today's hearing. Or maybe I may, if you're not ready to answer it, but proceed, Secretary Loizaga.
So in the presentation of the PSA, Madam Chair, 1991 to 2000, the first NRAP, Environment and Natural Resources Accounting Project, was held. Between 1998 and 2001, NRA 2, the institutionalization of the Philippine NRA, was undertaken. I'm sorry, I just jumped one phase. 1995 to 1997, NRA 1, which is the Integrated Environmental Management for Sustainable Development Plan. 98 to 2000 was NRA 2, institutionalization. The fourth step was the benchmark survey for environmental protection expenditure, 1999 to 2000. In 2000, there was an international workshop on environment and natural resources accounting. In 2014, the WAVES project, Madam Chair. And between 2014 and 2020, the Philippine Economic, Environmental, and Natural Resource Accounting Project was implemented. That would be the extent of the presentation slide, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. 1991, was it 91? So as early as 1991, there was also already a recognition of the importance of natural accounting. Correct, yes. So it's about time that we enacted this into law. So the WAVES project, perhaps now NEDA, because you were reading your notes, just put into the record the importance of the wealth accounting and the valuation of ecosystem services, or WAVES. NEDA and PSA were the implementing agencies, am I correct, of these projects? So this is a global partnership program to promote sustainable development by ensuring that the accounting of our natural resources is mainstreamed into development planning. So this was 5 years ago, 10 years ago? And did NEDA actually do it? And then I go to PSA. How did you, so tell us about the WAVES project in simple terms, and how did NEDA mainstream it in your development planning? Maybe a sample of a project where you mainstream PENCAS because you were part of the WAVES project. Or if NEDA did not do it, then just say so that we know how important it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. For the PhilWaves project that ran from 2013 to 2017, NEDA led the implementation with the Philippine Statistics Authority, the DNR, Palawan Council for Sustainable Development, and the Laguna Lake Development Authority as partner agencies in the compilation of accounts and policy analysis. So the PhilWaves used the UN SIA 2012 Central Framework and the SIA Ecosystem Accounting. It was actually the PSA that led the creation of the macroeconomic indicators such as the produced capital, comprehensive wealth, adjusted net national income, and adjusted net national savings. And PSA also led the development of the national level mineral accounts and mangrove accounts.
Could you repeat that? That's important. I will ask PSA. I hope you're ready to answer this. If not, you research on it. What were the two PSA-led programs in the WAVES project? Please, can you repeat that?
The estimation of the macroeconomic indicators, such as produced capital, comprehensive wealth, adjusted net national income.
Okay.
And
please take that portion, and NEDA, prepare to answer that in a hearing. Are you prepared to explain to us what that means?
not at the moment.
No, say it again so that PSA will be able to answer. Hinahon at sabihin dahil dapat maintindihan yan.
Opo.
Dahil yan ay parte ng proyekto ng WAVES where the PSA led it, correct? Can you say it again, please?
So the
Macro
macroeconomic
economic indicators,
such as produced capital,
produced capital, okay,
comprehensive wealth,
comprehensive wealth,
adjusted net national income,
adjusted net national income,
and adjusted net national savings.
adjusted net national savings. If you're not ready to explain that to me now, be ready in the next hearing or TWG? Because I want to understand each and every one. And PSA can perhaps, I just have a broad understanding of what you mentioned, but I want to understand. So these are examples of macroeconomic indicators that were part of the WAVES project that were mainstreamed by NEDA in the development planning? Or just examples but not yet mainstreamed?
Not yet mainstream.
So never utilized?
Not yet.
Never.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Just so that we know. Okay, next please.
Aside from the estimation of the macroeconomic indicators, the PSA also led the development of the national level mineral accounts and mangrove accounts.
Can you repeat that, please?
That-
Aside from the macroeconomic, what was the other program?
The development of the national level mineral accounts
National level mineral
and mineral accounts and
accounts,
mangrove accounts.
mangrove accounts.
Opo.
So were these mainstreamed in economic development planning? No. So these were just learned or discussed perhaps in the WAVES project, but never implemented? What was it?
Pilot projects.
Yeah, but they're already doing the asset account.
So it's not yet mainstreamed, but the PSA is already doing the asset accounts. So I think they can further discuss the details of what they've developed. But it started here, and then eventually with the roadmap, they're going to expand that the asset accounts compilation.
The macroeconomic indicators and the mineral accounting, including the mangroves.
Yes, po.
Can you, was it mangrove accounting? No. Was it an inventory
Mangrove
of
accounts.
database of our mangroves? No. What was it?
It's the mineral accounts and the mangrove accounts, the development of these two accounts.
When you say, okay, help me with this to understand it, Secretary Loizaga. When you say mineral accounts, what's the other one? Mangrove accounts. When you say mangrove accounts, that means measuring our mangroves, a database inventory of our mangroves, right?
The physical basis,
Physical,
Madam Chair.
yes.
And then the actual valuation would then be the role of
Correct.
the PSA.
So it simply says a inventory of our mangrove resources. Correct? Yun lang. Oo. Kasi pinapaliwanag ko para everybody's on the same page. So, hindi pa yung valuation yan. Yes.
Madam Chair, if I may, we do have a physical basis based on remote sensing. And of course, some of these have been verified. However, the valuation is what is the challenge now, given that there are many dimensions to the valuation, including the potential for carbon sequestration. That particular area requires a level of scientific expertise that we are hoping to be able to access given additional support budgetarily.
But we have the physical accounting.
We have the physical accounting because of.
Meaning we know where our mangroves are because
Yes.
of remote sensing.
Yes, and then some of these, of course, have been ground verified.
Of course. And then the valuation, understandably, it's difficult to we need scientific templates, how do you call it? How to measure.
Yes.
Yeah, 1 square kilometer of mangroves, let's say in Giwan Samar.
Yes.
How do you compare that with the kind of mangroves size compare, let's say, with Barangay Papaya in Nasugbu, Batangas? Ganon. Mm-mm.
Madam Chair, in fact, we need to establish the condition of the specific
Yes,
mangrove area,
understood.
the species of the specific mangrove area.
And the kind of marine biodiversity that thrives at a mangrove area.
Yes,
And the
madam.
kind of mangrove species.
Yes,
oo.
species. Yes,
Anong
madam
klaseng bakawan?
Yes.
Correct.
Yes, madam.
Understood. I like to talk to you. You understand. You're able to answer me. Yes. You know, all government agencies must answer that way. She understands me when I ask. We proceed with PSA. So you were the lead during this WAVES project. Do you have an idea what it is? If you don't, never mind. We will have another hearing.
Yes,
I would rather you say you don't know or you're not prepared rather than, because I understand, it's not easy.
Honorable Senator.
Unless you know it, I would be happy.
Yes, Honorable Senator, good morning. Our journey in the development of the Philippine Environment and Natural Resources started as early as 1991. And when we started that, we are still under the National Statistical Coordination Board, an attached agency under the NEDA. So we started first in terms of capacitating the technical staff because this is the first time that we are doing the environmental accounts. So more of the earlier years were spent in terms of capacitating the technical staff as early as 1991. And this is under the project of the Environment and Natural Resources Accounting Project. And this is now using also the international guidelines of the United Nations System of Economic and Environmental Accounting. This is an international framework, and this is the Interim International Guidelines 1993. So after like 9 years, after the technical capacity building of the National Statistical Coordination Board as the lead compiler of the environmental accounts. This is also a project along with the DNR, with the NEDA, and other agencies that are producing the data. After that project, after 9 years, we saw that we are possibly ready to do a pilot estimation of the key resources like timber, forest, fish, land, soil, and water. So that was only a pilot estimation, trying to look at the data that are available, what are those gaps and how do we address these gaps. So this is another project under the UNDP, and we were financed in terms of looking at the data. Where are those data? How do we compile them? Put them in a framework of the UNCIA. So that's the second phase of possibly for 5 years. Then later on, we saw that we saw that it is now ready to institutionalize the PINRA project. So we have the executive order for 06. We drafted the IRR, but
Which administration was this?
President Ramos,
Ramos pa.
yes. So we have the executive order for 06, but unfortunately, budget were not there. So we just the same, we continue the efforts of the National Statistical Coordination Board. It was in 2013. Then we shift to another project. This is under the World Bank, which is the PhilWaves project. Under the PhilWaves project, this is a global project consisting of 8 countries, pilot countries. For the Philippines, we were assigned to do, just to test whether we can do like a mineral asset accounts only for 4 mineral resources: copper, gold, nickel, and chromite. So this is just to test whether is it feasible to do the asset accounts. By asset accounts, we say to look at the inventory. What are the stocks at the start of the year? And then look at the changes that affects the beginning stock, and at the end of the year, you have then the closing stock. We did the physical accounting of these 4 mineral resources.
Here was that. So you were able to do a measurement from the beginning at the end of the year, at least for 4 mineral resources. So
Correct.
you had the templates, the science. You know how to measure it aside from the physical inventory, but evaluation as well?
Correct, Miss, Madam Chair, because we followed we have the guidelines under the UNCIA, and there were already some countries that has did the mineral asset accounts and also did the valuation. So more or less, we patterned some of our methodology. Data are the challenge, really. But we try to look for some proxy indicators how to go about the valuation. In the asset account, you will be able to look at how much depletion we have for the mineral. We are looking at mineral as an asset, as a resource that provides inputs to the economic activities, to the economic production. But in the accounting of the national accounts of the gross domestic product and gross national income, we are not accounting for the mineral resources because mineral resources is something capital resources. They are not part of the economic framework, so they are not included. Once we have valued them, we try to integrate them in the GDP only for pilot exercise for the first time. Looking at how, if you incorporate the value of the minerals, how much would be the gross value added of the mineral industry? Meaning, whether you need to deduct them. That means that you have the output, deduct also as part of the intermediate consumption, that depletion rate of the mineral, then you have the gross value added. This one incorporating now the value of the minerals, which means that the gross value added as a contribution to the gross domestic product will be reduced.
Yeah.
So that's exactly how we did the mineral asset accounts under the field waves. of
That
the
is
World Bank.
already PENCAS.
Correct.
What you just said is PENCAS, but this is a pilot project and this is not done for every mineral or every year, right? It was only done for 4 minerals and for 1 year. But imagine if this is done for our forests, for our mangroves, for all minerals, for even the quality of our air. That's possible, right? That's so interesting. So the mineral that was measured, where should it be inputted in? It should have been inputted if we used PENCAS in the GNP or GDP?
It should be in the GDP.
Sa GDP.
Yes.
Okay.
But when you're computing for the gross national income, since the gross national income will start from the GDP, GDP less the net primary income, it also affects the gross national income.
So it should be considered in the gross domestic product.
Yes.
However, tell me the impact on the GNI, the gross national income.
Okay. It will affect the gross national income because the point of reference of the gross national income is the GDP.
Yes.
So if you have a lower GDP and you have the primary income from the rest of the world to and from the rest of the world, then it will also affect gross national income because of that factor of
Correct.
the GDP.
If it is not included in the GDP, what is the repercussion on the GNI?
If it is not there in the GDP,
In short, pag walang PENCAS, pag hindi, if you don't measure at all, what happens to our GNI? It's not accurate. Right?
yes, this is one weakness of the
Yes.
GNI.
So
One limitation.
what will happen? This question. What if we do not measure, and we don't, because there's no law yet, it's not yet mainstreamed. If we do not input natural resource accounting into our gross domestic product, how truthful or accurate or correct is our gross national income? It's not accurate, right? As a statistician.
Yes,
See?
correct, Madam Chair.
See?
Except that
Yeah.
the measurement of gross domestic product only covers economic transactions,
Correct.
economic assets, never the natural capital. So the framework of GDP covers only the economic.
That's why it is a say old traditional way of measurement which needs amendment, because how can you not include in the measurement other capital resources? I would be loosely say it, parte yan capex eh. Natural resources, pag inuuka mo yung bundok o tinatapon mo ang basura mo sa tubig o yung tubig, ginagawa mong lupa, nagbabago. You should input that, right? Natural resource accounting. And therefore, everything else would not be accurate, or your planning will not be attuned to the needs of the people pag hindi mo inaakma. Correct?
Correct, Madam Senator, because you are growing economically by this much.
Yes.
At the expense of the resources. They may be depleted, they may be fully degraded, but you are not accounting them.
Correct. And so, we're not saying it should contradict sustainable development, but at least you rehabilitate it, you prepare for it, and the possible impact of its degradation and depletion. And so, that's where protection, conservation, regenerative activities are done. So, we are actually not doing it correctly, to put it very simply, and not mindful of all the assets we have, which should be utilized sustainably, but we should know when to rehabilitate and to protect and to conserve and to regenerate. Tama?
Tama po.
Ay, nakakatuwa kang kausap. Sino ba ito? Naintindihan niya. Tika, patuloy mo. Tony, I'll get back to you. Sige. Oh, pagtsagaan mo ko. I'm trying to understand everything. Continue what you're saying. And so,
Okay, so at the end of the day, the PENCAS also will also allow us to see the real wealth of the nation.
exactly. That's why I
Right
always
now-
say, we're not a poor country. Ang yaman-yaman natin. Tama? Oh, sige, tutulungan mo akong sukatin ang ating yaman. Okay, continue.
Right now, from the point of view of the economic asset, we know how many buildings we have, how many cars we have, how many residential and so on. These are
How many
produced-
flyovers we have? How many roads that...
Yes.
Yeah.
We have
Correct.
inventory of that available. At the same time, under the economic asset, we look at intangible assets. These are like patents, these are
That's part of our national wealth.
royalties and so on.
Yes.
So we can account them for now. But we do not have yet the total inventory, how much natural resources we have. In the PENCAS, we will be able to account them by the different resources that we have: forest, fish, minerals, water, and other resources, even the biodiversity. Even the biodiversity is a part among those
Yes.
resources.
Yes.
So once we have them through the PENCAS, then we will be able to see the entire wealth of the nation.
Very good. You're able to explain the bill very clearly, at least to my mind, but I have more questions. Okay, Secretary Loizaga, you had something to, and then I will call Dr. De Los Angeles. No, is it Dr. Marian de Los Angeles, I believe, is online. It says here that she was part or designed the WAVES program. She was with the World Bank at the time and was chief of party for NRAP after Secretary Loizaga. Then we have Dr. De Los Angeles. Thank you.
Madam Chair, just to build on what was said earlier by PSA, there are resources that can be regenerated,
Yes.
but these are time sensitive and these are very focused in terms of their localized risk. And so when we look at the value of our resources, our natural resources, we need to understand which of these areas and which of these resources are actually regenerated or can be regenerated. Some of the ecosystems that we have are being degraded so quickly, and they may be irreversible. So we do need to establish the time scale as well as the spatial scale when we talk about these resources. Just that, Madam Chair.
Very good. Explain. Time scale. Yung takdang panahon, or how would you say, 1 year, 5 years, 10 years? Measurement in terms of time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Mm.
And that's dependent on the type of ecosystem and the rate of change that is already being.
How is it usually measured? By years? Decades?
It depends po on the ecosystem. So in terms of forest, for example, madam, we need to keep track annually what is
Annually.
going on.
Okay. How about spatial? It's the
Seascape
size.
and landscape. So
Yes.
these are
Seascape
scapes.
and landscape. And how do you measure them in terms of?
There are physical boundaries that can be established po in
But do
terms
we use by kilometers? No. Square kilometers? How is it used?
hectares, madam.
Hectares? Hectares, not square kilometers.
Square kilometers along certain boundaries, yes.
So both kilometers and
hectares.
hectares for the seascape and landscape. And then, so spatial and
Time scales,
time.
both.
Understood. Thank you, Tony. May we hear from Dr. De Los Angeles? I believe she's online. Oh, why am I? Thank you. Thank you for giving me quorum, Senator Robin Padilla. Before you leave, can I expect your support when I bring this to the floor?
Magandang umaga po sa atin pong ina ng kalikasan. Magandang umaga din po sa lahat ng ating mga bisita. Opo, ako po ay naniniwala dito, mahal na tagapangulo, sapagkat simula pa lang po noon, nag-uusap na po kami ng ating mahal na kalihim ng DNR na totoo po ito. Wala pong ibang pag-asa ang ating inang bayan makabangon kundi ang ating likas na yaman. Napakaganda po nung sinabi din kanina nung ating Assistant National Statistician. Wow. Ma'am, meron lang po ako doon na parang dagdag lang. Nabanggit niyo yung mga building, mga flyover, mga road, lahat, utang lahat yun. Kaya po sana dumating ang panahon talaga na maisakatuparan po lahat ito, pati po yung blue economy, mahal na tagapangulo, dahil tunay po talaga na walang makakapagsagip sa ating ekonomiya kundi ang ating natural resources.
This is just PENCAS, but we also have, it's the same hearing on the blue economy. I
Apo.
filed the measure. So thank you so much for your support. Salamat sa inyo.
Opo, mahal na tagapangulo, nakita ko po kasi yung kinakapatid ko rito sa fisheries, kaya sabi ko, at may BFAR pa. Mga nakasama ko po ito nung nagpunta ako ng West Philippine Sea. Napakayaman po talaga natin. Tunay po yung sinabi nyo, mahal na tagapangulo, na napakayaman ng ating bansa. Maraming salamat po.
Ilya. We proceed now with Dr. De Los Angeles.
Thank you.
That's why it's so important to see the historical background since 1991 and the efforts of different agencies of government and people who understand various programs. But thank you. May we hear from Dr. De Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to raise 3 points to support what was previously said and to explain a few principles that is important for moving forward. The first is that, and I'm showing 3 slides only, if that's all right. So the first slide is to give you a perspective that environmental accounting has been going on for ages, at least 3 decades, and we have been part of it. These international efforts have been going on, a lot of debate, a lot of piloting and experimentation, and eventually agreements. And these were in 2012 on statistical standards for the natural capital accounts, and recently for the environmental accounts. So we are not really behind because we have been trying a lot of things, and this is uh, Vivian's Ilarina's presentation in the past, which shows how much effort we have been going through, funded internationally as well as internally.
Thank you. Wait, doctor. I like that
Yes.
slide, and I will ask both the NEDA and PSA with your help. Each point there, they will have to give me an explanation of what went through. Because I'm just looking at it. This is the historical background on government initiatives. This is what I was asking NEDA. And NEDA should know whether you're new or old in government. Ito lang hinihingi ko, napakasimple. Ayan. So, aralin nyo yan. And then with PSA, you give us an explanation of what transpired during the time. So, yes, it's nothing new. Thank you for that. You can proceed. I just see, yes, from 1991. What was the first initiative for natural resource accounting? I can't see it here. Environment and natural resource. What was the 1991 program?
This is the program that was led, I actually led this. It was a support of USAID to DNR to respond to DNR's request to join the international community. And we ran this for 10 years, on and off. And we started with forestry, then went into minerals, the whole gamut. And then eventually we went into pollution accounts. And beyond that, we did policy analysis, a lot of policy analysis still to respond to DNR's request. Then there was NEDA, PSA under NEDA, did as well their own accounts in parallel. They learned from us and they did more to follow the SEA. During this stage, there was a lot of piloting and experimentation, and we are among those who experimented. Then beyond that, in 2012, that's dito na, no, ang tagal-tagal ng experimentation globally. Finally, there's the PINRA, which is really based on the statistically approved international SEEA. And so everybody is now following this. The economic services, environmental services or ecosystem services accounting is very recent. And that was approved only in this 2021, that's beyond this chart. So there is latent knowledge, but it needs to be renewed, refreshed, and handed over to the younger ones. That's the point I'm trying to make, and it's really time for institutionalizing this now that there are internationally approved standards for both natural capital and environmental services accounting. The other slide I'd like to point out to you is one that shows this graph. Madam Senator, you were talking about sustainability and questions on income and sustainability. We really have to have two measures. One is a measure of income that is what we earn now, the value of our product now, and what we save for the future. So the income accounts, that's the GDP, gross national income, and others, that's being measured, but we are not yet at the stage where we can do some modifications based on some of our natural capital earnings. But we did have efforts to look at the capital stock. What is important here? What you don't spend now to consume something, you are able to save for the future. The money that you save for the future becomes source of investment funds in the future. Similarly, what you don't draw down from our natural capital, that includes water, stocks of fish, stocks of forests, and biodiverse landscapes, can be saved for future to generate ecosystem services. The measure that is important for that is what is called adjustments to the net savings. This is an effort of the World Bank to measure net savings adjusted for changes in natural capital and pollution. So this is what we have, this blue line dotted is generated normally by our income accounts and our natural, our man-made or produced physical equipment accounts. But that needs to be adjusted for depreciation because we need to replace what is worn and torn during the year and repair. And so that adjustment results in this black dotted line. But once we get to measure also a number of pluses and minuses, then we have a different picture. What are these pluses and minuses? The pluses, and this is important, are the investments in human capital. That is part of our total wealth. So it adds to our wealth. That's green and above the zero line. The minuses are the depreciation of our natural capital and what is caused, what is damaged because of pollution. And they are shown by this blue, which is pollution damage. Consumption of fixed capital is here. And then we also have in violet, natural resource depreciation, which includes forests and minerals. And the sizes are relatively small because for forestry, we already depreciated a long time ago, before 1980, 1990. So this is the kind of graph that we should have, and this is actually the net. I made a mistake. This is net of all these, including physical capital, man-made capital, natural capital, and pollution. The good news here is that we are not in the negative. We do have wealth. It is still increasing, but the worry during the last few decades is that it has begun to decrease. So NEDA, through the help of PSA and the attached agencies, have to have this kind of a measure in order for us to learn about whether we are sustainable or not in terms of our total wealth. That's human capital, natural capital, and economic capital. The last item I would like to say is that the system of environmental accounts is a system, and sorry, I should be here. And the Philippine initiatives are commendable for both country and global contributions. And we do have to analyze at the national level to come up with these national measures. They are needed, but they are not sufficient for addressing site-specific issues. So it is great that Secretary Lisaga mentioned the ecosystem concerns for various ecosystems. But the process of assembling the SEA would be a very expensive process if we were only after the national level measures. The SEA should yield data and information for various analyses in disaggregated and all kinds of inferences. So we have all the airsheds and others, biodiversity and interactions among these. And this would be feasible to analyze only if our economic and social data, as well as, of course, the biophysical data, are all geo-referenced. And I would really strongly recommend that this be included in the refined bill, that the information system should be geo-referenced. We do have...
Now, just a question. Georeferencing is not part of the present measure? Not
It is
yet.
not
Yes.
yet. It's done in
Mm.
different ways. So it's,
Yes. We would request you, Dr. De Los Angeles, to please, if you have to revamp the whole measure, because you have the experience and you started the first one decades ago, so that we can have, this is just the beginning anyway, it's just for our knowledge, then we will have to refine the measure, even if we have to revamp it, as you say, georeferencing, yes, very important. Okay,
Yes.
proceed, please.
Thank you. So georeferenced, and then finally that the bill should emphasize accessibility of the data to different users, to include also not just the executive branch from which much of the data is generated, but also the academics, the NGOs, and the local communities, not just the formal statistical community. We do need collaborative work, and thank you for pointing that out also, Secretary Loizaga. That's all. I will not show any more the other slides that I prepared. I have submitted this to your committee, Madam Senator. Thank you.
Can you please just put your slides so that it's on record, because we're on Facebook Live, even if it's submitted to the committee?
Okay.
I know you showed, yeah, just, you don't have to explain each and every line, but you can
Sure.
just show the slides. Mm-mm.
Thank you.
Or do we have access to it?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's my support is here, and
Yes.
I explain that it's now termed not income accounts but system of national accounts. Very important. It's a system, and there are systems in it, which means replicability and standards are followed. I also show this to indicate what are normally not in the system of national accounts. This one is what is being attempted in the SEEA. Not everything can be measured and valued. Some valuation needs considerable expertise. This part will need academics, and this is still a long way. This is not yet part of the SEEA. So this part we are trying to do internationally and nationally. And I just mentioned here the constraints, and I think you mentioned a lot of it already in your exposition at the beginning and introduction, and as well mentioned by Senator Loizaga. The major issue about the SNA and the SEA is that everything is based on market transactions. And not everything is marketed. There are indicators, though, that we can use. So I'm saying here that we do have the SEA, and the SEA measures biophysical, natural inputs, products, residuals, and all these services. Not all of these are transformed into monetary terms, but that does not deter us from raising flags about the loss in biodiversity, which is measured in biophysical terms. That should be an important measure. This one shows the historical evolution of the SEEA, and I already showed this. This one is shows the world, and we are in stage 3. This is the Philippines, and the rest of the world are depicted here. Not everybody is doing it, but we were always part of pilots, and the number of pilots has grown, and there's considerable learning that's happening.
Dr. De Los Angeles, which country in the world has advanced natural resource accounting that has
Yes.
mainstreamed it into their
Australia.
national life? Which
Australia.
country?
Australia.
Australia. As a model.
Yes, and they have Australia, Norway also. But the country is free to choose which accounts it wants to develop depending on the environmental issues they are faced with. So for some of the European countries, it's mostly pollution and greenhouse gases, not necessarily natural capital, because they're at the stage where, for example, many European forests are regenerating. So they are not registering depreciation. They're regenerating through human assistance and so on. So, yes.
Are there advanced ASEAN nations that are doing it? More advanced than the Philippines?
No, we are the most advanced. But Indonesia is very selective. It is doing carbon accounting because it is issuing bonds and carbon credits. So it's going all the way to application and policy reforms. They are doing forestry, but in a limited way. For the peat forests, yes, they are doing accounting. because of the haze that they cause.
Proceed with the other slides.
Thank you.
We
So,
have it.
okay, so okay, we already did this, that accessibility is emphasized, and I also show this. And okay, I think, oops. Yeah, the other slides are, I hid them because I don't think I need to repeat what the others have done, have said. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. De Los Angeles, and we hope to have you in other hearings and in a technical working group to consult you because of your longstanding and broad knowledge on natural resource accounting and to refine the bill. I hope that's not asking too much, but we see government's efforts in the past decades and we see how important it is. And hopefully we can be the first in ASEAN to have an institutionalized policy on natural resource accounting. Thank you. Thank you very much. We just have a 10-minute break, a CR break, and then we go to those who are online. Can you give those who will speak online and those who are physically present? I know that Secretary Loizaga has another meeting and I will allow DNR. Anyway, one of your USEX or directors will be here. And the way it will be, we just have a short 10-minute break and then I come back. We continue with those present and online. We will just maybe another hour, just 1 hour. And then we have a second hearing on I'll focus on the blue economy. And then we will break into a TWG for both PENCAS and blue economy. So two teams will be working and we will work through the break because it's last day this Wednesday, but we'll be working June and July to finish a TWGs. But I will do another hearing for blue economy. But I allow Sec Loizaga. Thank you very much, Tony, for being here. I just have to have a CR break, just 10 minutes, and I come back. Thank you. Hearing is suspended.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Where's the list? My glasses, please, dear. You can eat. That's okay. We're going through. May we have Miss Ana Rowena Emprial from the BSP? Does the BSP have a position on PENCAS?
Good morning, Miss Chair, Madam Chair. This is Marides Lim of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. Currently we have
Wala
no
siyang photo,
official.
video.
Yes, sorry, Madam Chair, I'm currently mobile. Papunta din po ako dyan sa Senate today.
Dr. Ben Malayang of Silliman University on his comments on PENCAS. Thank you.
Madam Chair, good morning.
Good morning,
Maraming
Professor
salamat.
Malayang.
Yes po, maraming salamat
Maayong
po.
hapon.
Mayong hapon. Salamat for the invitation. And with all the experts in the room already with you, I'd like to just simply flag some concerns. Number one, with respect to the valuation of natural resources, and I'd like to just flag that karamihan sa mga valuation na ginagamit, yung valuation lang po ng mga anong magagamit ng tao, yung mga provisioning services ng ecosystem services. But ecosystem services, Madam Chair, also includes other services such as regulatory services, supporting services, and cultural. Ang ibig ko lang pong sabihin na ang mga natural resources na palagi nating sinasabi, tinutukoy na napapangailangan natin, yung living things at saka non-living things na kailangan natin, marami ding mga proseso po that allows them to continue to exist. So that perhaps those processes, those ecological services should also be reflected in the income account. That's number one. Number two po, I'd like to...
Just a minute, Professor. When you started your statement on you wanted to flag, your audio was not very high and unclear. So I wanted to clarify, you are flagging, in short, sinasite po ninyo itong mga items na ito, in short, it's like a fair warning. Correct,
Yes,
Professor?
Yes, po.
Yes.
When we do
Please.
when we do resource
Yes.
accounting, we should also include the ecosystem services that allow those entities of interest to us to continue to exist.
That's correct. And you're referring, you said, when we talk about ecosystem services, could you repeat that statement? You would like to flag, complete the sentence po.
there are four types of
Kainin ninyo yun.
ecosystem. There are four types of ecosystem services po.
Sa inyo
The
na yun,
first
ito.
one is provisioning services. It provides us with those things that we need and we want
What is the first one? I don't
to
understand.
provisioning services.
Provision.
Yes. So ecosystems provide us things that we need, such as air, food, fish, etc.
Provision? Provisioning.
gives us the provision.
Provisioning. Okay.
Provisioning, provisioning services is only one of the four ecosystem services. And most of our ecosystems accounting, natural resource accounting, are on what are the provisioning services given to us by the environment. But there are
Anong ating, simply put, sir,
anong
what
napapakinabang natin
part
sa
of
environment.
nature provides for us?
That's
Anong
right.
pakinabang po natin? We have a rights of nature provision in our draft bill. We would be happy if you could give us your comments and improve on it, if you can, on our
Okay.
provision on the nature provision
Yes. So we can,
portion. Thank you.
example ko po, Madam Chair, is this. We can always value the fish that we get from nature. We can also value the trees that we get from nature. But I think that we also need to value those things in nature that allow those fish to continue being there and the trees to continue to being there.
That's very clear, and that's important that you cited that. Of course, it's not just the byproduct of nature. I hate to call it a product. It's not that aspect of nature, but the environment and the ecosystem in which it thrives. How can you
Yes.
value the fish if we've polluted our oceans with microplastics,
That's
with
right.
human waste,
That's right.
with infectious waste, with waste? Correct.
So
Yes, it's very clear.
that's my first point po. That's my first flag.
Maliwanag po.
The
Thank
second,
you.
the second flag po is that any valuation of ecosystem services and natural resources should probably also give emphasis to the valuation of our microbial resources, microbes, because microbes are very important. In fact, erythromycin, which is a $23 billion industry right as of last year, came from a microbe in Iloilo. So microbes are very important and very valuable as well. We generate a lot of natural products, enzymes, and compounds coming
Very good.
from the genetic constitutions of our microbes. And I think we need to also
Microbes, sorry to interrupt. Microbes would be organisms from nature. I'm trying to
yes,
simplify.
yes,
Okay.
yes.
These are
Microbial,
microbial organisms from nature.
yes. Those that cannot be seen, mga
You
germs.
said erythromycin. What's that? What did you say, sir?
Erythromycin is a drug. It's an
That came, yes, I know
antibiotic.
erythromycin, and
Yes,
it came from a microbe or an organism from
a
Iloilo.
soil, from a soil in Iloilo.
Oh, how interesting. I did
So,
not realize that. We import so much, expensive medicines, and the source is in our soil. Is it just in Iloilo? I'm excited. That's my region.
uh,
Well, I'm from the Philippines, but because maybe
uh,
anong lugar po sa Iloilo, sa bundok ba ito? Anong bayan? And that soil may be abundant, may also be present in other parts of Western Visayas.
well, actually, it's just the history of the erythromycin that it was first, the compound for it was isolated from a microbe in a soil in Iloilo by a person named Dr. Aguilar in 1949. And then in 1952, Eli Lilly got the sample of the soil where they got the microbes from it and then patented it into Iloson, which later on was commercialized into erythromycin. So that's
Did we patent the microbe found
they,
in Iloilo soil?
they patented the compound that came from that microbe.
Who owns the original patent, sir?
Wala na si Eli Lilly na po. Kaya
Hindi po
it's
Pilipinas.
hindi.
Hindi.
That's one of the
Oh,
disasters.
that's
That's why
why next time if IPO should be here. Importante, kailangan yan, may walang GI, yung geographical indication. Isa pa yan, ine-espouse ko. So, ito pong si mikrobyo na galing po sa lupa, sa Iloilo, ay hindi po natin na patent. At kinuha po ng isang foreign research
entity, right?
scientific group at sila po ang gumawa ng compound at sila po ang nag-patent.
The point I'm trying to make, Madam Chair,
Yeah.
is that we should include into the universe of our accounting of our natural resources the microbial resources that we also have. Hindi lang yung mga nakikita. But if I might volunteer to the committee, there is a person called Dr. Dalisay from the University of San Agustin who is trying to collect microbial entities from sand, from marine sands, in order to precisely describe the compounds that they can get from there for patenting purposes. Para maatin na talaga ito. So yun po. So that's just my second point, that we need to also be concerned with our microbial resources in the country, because we are among the highest biodiversity in the world, and therefore not only in terms of macro yung nakikita, but also yung micro yung hindi nakikita. So that's my second point po, Madam Chair. My third point po, Madam Chair.
Just for that, in our draft, we don't have the ecosystem of the microorganisms, no?
Encompass, ma'am, but we don't.
Maybe a specific, kundi po, can you help us? Well, as I requested Dr. De Los Angeles to improve on our version, can we ask, ka-importante science-based lahat talaga ang research eh. Could we ask you to improve on our draft to craft the provisions that would include the ecosystem services, including microbial organisms? Sir?
I will do my part to help.
Opo.
BNB,
Thank you.
BNB DNR has the expertise to do this. And so anyway, that's my second point, Madam Chair. My third point is that...
Just a minute, sir. Nandito po, we haven't recognized the Director of BNB, ASEC Marshal Amaro. Bago po kayo. From, what's your other designation?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good
I'm
afternoon.
the Assistant Secretary for Policy Planning.
For policy
And for an Assistant
and
Projects.
BNB.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And concurrent Director of...
I see. Very good. Okay. Bago po kayo sa BNB? Okay, so fairly new. Yes, thank you. So, according to Professor Malayang, kayo po ang eksperto sa BMB, huh? The Bureau.
University.
Yes, correct. And you would have all of these organisms, microbial. So work on him. Galing na po sa inyo, alam nyo eh. Dr. Malayang, wag na natin sabihin sa DNR, sila na naman.
Boss ko.
Oo. Boss daw kayo. Magkilala pala kayo. So, could you kindly give us your extra, your additional provision to enhance our measure? Anyway, we go to the third, sir. Thank you.
My third point is the importance of valuation that has not been mentioned, I think, yet. And that is we need to do natural resource valuation because we have to know how much to invest on protecting them. So we cannot know the real amount to invest on protecting them if we do not know what's their value. That would be appropriate for then investing on them. So, for example, Madam Chair, if we do not know the value of all the natural resources and ecosystem services we have in the West Philippine Sea, we would not know for sure how much would be the best level of investment we should pour into the restoration and the protection of the natural resources of the West Philippine Sea if we do not know its real value. So that's my third point. Valuation is very important in order to determine appropriate levels of investments in the protection and development of our natural resources. My fourth point is that we also need to develop in the bill some investments on human capital to be able to do PENCAS and blue economy valuation very well. In terms of blue economy, for example, Dr. Azanza, I think she is present here online, led the first Filipino team, I think that's the first Filipino team, to do a valuation of the blue economy of the Philippines. And it's We need to know how much we have in order that we know how much to spend to protect them. And then my first and final point, Madam Chair, is that I think the bill should also be strong on research and development on number one, value adding with what we are already using, and number two, value creation, creating new values from what we have. For example, we eat cone shells, mga cones from the sea. Uh, we tend to consume our natural resources as organisms. But I am proposing that we consider also looking at the genetic makeup of our organisms, because it will be from the genetic makeup of our organisms that we could probably generate new values from these organisms without consuming them. From just out of their tissue and genetic makeup, we could use this for applications in biotechnology, which is, I think, about $44 trillion by 2028 globally as an industry. So yun po yun, and those are my brief comments on the proposed bill, that I hope the bills could be consolidated into a singular, robust law on PENCAS in the Philippines. Maraming salamat po.
No. Thank you very much, sir. First, just to sum up your comments, and we highly appreciate that. You were suggesting on having a provision on provisions, which we have, which we request you to review. Second, interesting on microbes, and of course, first in the provision in nature provisions, not just taking it in isolation, but in the biodiversity area where it thrives.
Yes.
Second would be the microbe organisms, to have a provision on that, because, and you cited an example. Third would be valuation, but we have a provision on valuation, right? We have a provision on valuation, but we would be happy to receive comments on that. And the fourth would be investment in human capital. Yes, very important, research and development. We have a provision in R&D, on R&D, right? We have that already. But of course, as I said, a bill is a bill. And I filed this in 2007 in a different title. So it's been 15 years. It needs a lot of updating. That's why I'm asking all agencies of government to help us enhance. And then not just government, those in the academe, such as yourself and Dr. De Los Angeles in the research sector. You mentioned someone earlier, tagasan po kayo, DOST? National Academy of Science. Upo po kayo dito. Why are you there? You should be here. It's about to go. Hindi po, can you, since you mentioned, may we have her name, please? She gave me a book. Sige po.
Dr. Azanza.
Dr.
Rodora Azanza,
of the National Academy of Science.
and
Sige
Technology.
po.
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat, Senator Legarda. You have been very active in environmental campaign. Your commitment to environmental protection, and now for the blue economy and this particular bill on valuation and also accounting of our environment and natural resources. We highly welcome them. By the way, I have been asked to attend this meeting only about a day ago, and so I was not able to get a copy of all these bills, but we have been working on the blue economy, meaning pushing for a framework for the Philippines on the blue economy and strategies for the blue economy. And the National Academy of Science and Technology has this Pagtanaw 2050, which is being used by many government agencies, hopefully, in the planning for the next 30 years in terms of making use of our natural resources, especially our blue economy resources. So therefore, I have given a copy to the senator as a guidance for a science and technology based development of our natural resources, and valuation and accounting would be very important. So we don't have yet an official how do you call this statement on this, but definitely we will be very supportive of both initiatives from the Senate. I am part of the TWG of Congress, and so therefore I think nasa third reading na, tapos na. So we will be happy to help in this initiative of the Senate. Actually, noon pa po kami nakikipag-meet kay Senator Angara regarding the blue economy, and I am very happy that it's now Senator Legarda working on it, a champion really on the environment. So as what Professor Maya from Suleiman has said, we published the first valuation of the blue economy resources of the Philippines. So we tried to provide the values for the ecosystem services of our main types of ecosystems in the Philippines. So it was in 2017. As we pointed out in that paper, we need to regularly evaluate this because the negative and the positive impacts have to be considered. It's a dynamic system. So all the services will be affected. And so therefore, negative and positive impacts on the ecosystem services need to be considered. So that was 2017, but some of the potentials are still there. So I even thank the Philippine Statistics Authority for considering partly the blue economy, but it's only the mangrove ecosystem. So we have the coral reef ecosystem and so many types of ecosystems and all the biodiversity within it. Okay, so
Thank you so much. May we request from the National Academy of Sciences, and you're also with the Marine Science Institute?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm a professor
Your
emeritus.
comments on both PENCAS and blue economy. Not now.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
okay.
Kasi
Thank you.
the other day ko palang na ano, yeah.
Thank you for your opening statement.
Yeah.
Can you kindly enhance the measure for us?
Yes,
Thank you
sir.
for that.
Thank you.
We now
Thank
proceed
you.
and listen to Dr. Neil Aldrin Malyari for the Center for Conservation Innovation. Online. Thank you.
Magandang magandang tanghali po sa ating lahat. Salamat po, Senator, sa pag-imbita niyo sa amin. Kami po ay sumusuporta sa PENCAS at pwede pong ipakita yung aming slide na present, na prepare just to underscore one of the key issues that the good secretary has underscored. Kaya ba ilabas yung... At any rate, sa amin po, sumusuporta kami sa PENCAS dahil ito ay isang pagkakataon para magkaroon ng boses ang rather invisible at underrepresented sector sa ating environment, lalo na sa usapin ng ekonomiya. Biodiversity doesn't have a space or is silent or underrepresented in the governance space. No? To us, biodiversity.
I would like to say that it is not underrepresented because I am very focused on biodiversity among many other issues. So, and we have a biodiversity management bureau, but perhaps what you mean is we could have greater protection and conservation. But I would just like to say I've not been silent on the importance of biodiversity. It's been my advocacy, and the laws we've enacted in the past 2 decades have given importance to biodiversity. Just so that Dr. Malyari knows.
Agree po, Senator. However, when you go to the field, when decisions are made, biodiversity is always at the losing end. No?
I understand. Meaning, hindi po binibigyan ng halaga o maaring hindi naintindihan ng marami ang kanyang epekto sa ating pamumuhay sa pang-araw-araw. Sa tubig na iniinom, sa
Correct.
kinakain na pagkain. Yes, and that's the challenge we need to overcome so that it is mainstreamed. The understanding and the implementation of projects is mainstreamed up to the local level.
Tama po. At gusto ko lang pong susugan yung nasabi na kanina ng ating mga kasamahan that for us, biodiversity serve as barometers of ecosystems. No? Kaya lang, ito ay hindi nabibigyan ng tamang pagsasaalang-alang. Let's take the EIA as an example. Projects are given ECCs because when evaluated, these usually pass the 70 or so items in the EIA checklist. Majority of these items are all about compliance to environmental standards with clear and measurable benchmarks. For example, parts per million on a substance or pathogens in water, soil, air, etc. But how about biodiversity? How much of that, much of what is required in EIAs is a list of species which, for the most parts, have no direct translation to management prescriptions or management action. In many cases, because of the limited resources and time provided to EIA preparers, many shortcuts have been made and have done in assessing biodiversity. To us, the PENCAS provides that opportunity to provide a standardized nature-positive actions. No? It provides for those nature metrics or sukat ng kalikasan. The PENCAS provides an opportunity to rectify the problem that we've faced in the past. And for example, the experience of post-disaster recovery around the world has shown that ecosystem services, biodiversity, and ecosystem planning are not usually appropriately considered in the beginning of the recovery or reconstruction process. Kapag po na-restore ng electricity, signal ng cellphone at tubig, ay business as usual na tayo. Most of the efforts have been devoted to humanitarian causes. Experience also have revealed that a community's risk of disaster increases when humanitarian efforts are unable to solve environmental problems. This follows the notion that the greater the potential of occurrence or reoccurrence of a hazard and the more vulnerable a population is, either humans or biodiversity, the greater the disaster risk. Human vulnerability is the inability to foresee, manage, recover from its effect. Hence, vulnerability rises when the natural environment is damaged. So PENCAS provides that nature metrics or sukat ng kalikasan for us. It will usher in a new paradigm in planning, implementation, monitoring of nature-positive programs to achieve planetary health. Our resilience and survival as a species rely heavily on our natural capital po. Maraming salamat. Magandang tanghali po.
Thank you, Dr. Malyari. Would you have comments on the provisions on both the PENCAS and the Blue Economy bills, aside from the opening statement?
We can send the specific po, and we work with
Yes.
Rix and Dr. Ann de Los Angeles po.
We would, you work with RICS, the Conservation Innovation
Apa.
Center works with the RICS
Apa.
as well.
And the DNR po. We are currently devising a framework to measure nature or nature metrics or sukat ng kalikasan po, Madam Senator.
Because you mentioned about what's lacking in the EIA. Can you kindly submit that to our office as well as the DNR so that it can
Apa.
be studied so that they can improve the EIA?
Yes po.
While this is being heard, these bills are being heard, at least in the executive level, it can be improved already, right?
Yes po.
Mm, mm. Maybe as coming from the academe and the NGO sector, we can just give an example. I just want to hear it from you because we talk about broad subjects. I want to see, in your view, what would the impact be of having this law enacted, PENCAS, when we measure our natural resources? We need to give a value to it when it is part of the GDP and therefore our national income, our gross GNI, right? GNI will take this into consideration. How will it change us as a people, as a nation, as an economy? I'd like to hear from the academe and the private sector, the NGOs, the researchers. Dr. Malyarin.
Salamat po. Sa amin po, isang groundbreaking development dahil ngayon, because of PENCAS, decision makers will be able to make those informed decisions. Hindi mauna yung ekonomiya or mauna yung, wala na pong false dichotomy ng development or biodiversity dahil nature and us, and we are part of nature now. Wala na pong division between nature and us. No? So if we put biodiversity and nature in peril, ganun din po tayo. Ang tawag dito, if we know how much is the cost of losing forests or other ecosystems, mas kaya po nating magkaroon ng mas informed decision. For example po, Madam Senator, nung tinignan po namin yung effect ng Odette sa Palawan, nagsimula po tayo before Odette with yung Northern Palawan po, 222,000 hectares ng gubat. Pagkatapos po ni Odette, ang nawala po natin ay 125,000 hectares ng forest.
Po, pakiulit para maliwanag. Kasi ang gusto natin nga, mga ehemplo, gaya ng sinasabi po nyo, Bagyong Odette, that was very recent. That was December of 2021, correct?
Correct.
So we're talking about a specific area, Northern Palawan.
Northern Palawan po, mga 500,000
Pakiulit po
hectares
yung sinabi nyo. Ang ating forest areas, we're talking
Diyan
here
po sa
about
Northern Palawan, yung tinamaan po ng Odette ay 222,000 hectares po ang gubat. No? That constitutes about 48% of that landscape. Pagkatapos po ng isang araw lang, dahil
221,000
222,000 hectares po.
hectares only in Northern Palawan or in the whole province?
Only in Northern Palawan po.
221,000 hectares ang dinaanan ng Bagyong Odette.
Opo,
Or
magmula
ito ba
po
ho
dun sa
ay
baba ng...
naapektuhan?
Opo, tama po. Yan po ay galing sa baba ng Puerto Princesa hanggang sa Rojas, San Vicente at Rojas. No? 222,000 hectares po yung bagong mag-Odette. Pagkatapos po ni Odette, sayang po hindi kita yung slides, no?
Can we see the slides? Maybe you share with the committee? Okay.
Apo, we've na-share na po namin. After po ni Odette, Madam Senator, 125,000 hectares po ang damage, which is 57% of that. So if we make those
When you say
valuations...
damage of the forest, 157 hectares of forest land in Northern Palawan were affected by Typhoon Odette in December of 2021 from the 22,000 hectares of forest land na dinaanan ng bagyo.
Correct po. That's about 57% of the forest, no? So
When you say
125,000.
affected, anong ibig sabihin ng affected? May natumbang puno, may mga uprooted trees, and of course, pag may natumbang puno, pag uprooted trees, pagkain yan at hanap buhay ng mga tao at proteksyon yan ng mga low-lying communities. Apektado rin ang biodiversity, ang hayop, ang insekto, ang bahay, ang kanilang habitat.
Tama po. Yan po ay kumakatawan sa destruction of forest at defoliation.
When we say 57% of the 222,000 hectares in Northern Palawan were affected by Odette, hindi naman po to the ground. you're saying that parts of those hectares of forest land were affected. May natumbang puno, may naputulan ng mga
Apa.
sanga. Hindi naman natin sinasabing 57% ravaged to the ground by the typhoon, right?
Well, 57% ravaged to the ground.
Huh? Really?
Opo. Maliit lang pong
57%?
porsyento yung...
I wish I could have the photos. 57%? Ang laki. Are you certain
Laki
of
po.
that, sir?
Yes
Ravage
po.
to the ground, meaning dapat i-reforest. Are these primary forests or secondary forests?
Halo-halo na po. Meron pong
Halo.
primary
Ibig niyo sabihin,
forest.
flat land siya ngayon. Flat land. Kasi na-uproot o kaya nahulog lahat. So we have...
Marami po sa gubat, Madam Senator, nasa high elevation.
Are you
So
sure
mas
of that?
mataas po yung mas mataas po ang risk ng flooding ang pagkadating
Ito
ng
ang
isa
mga
pang
hindi
malakas.
lumalabas sa balita na hindi nasusukat. Na
Opo.
100, ilan po? 51,000? Ilang sabi nyo?
125,000 hectares po ang nasira.
125,000 run to the ground? Are you sure?
Yes. If there's a opportunity, we can show you the
How can I show the... Hindi natin, ba't hindi makita yung litrato? Is it a satellite photo? What is it?
Wala pa
pong
submission.
Huh? How come it's already submitted? Can you put it online, sir?
pwede po.
Can you share?
Can I share?
Yes. Can you help them? How to share it? We want to see it now. He should share it. Can you advise him? You can share it po. Can you share it? How are we able to come up with that? What kind of science did you implement and who helped you measure it, sir?
One, we use satellite images. At pangalawa po, from the satellite images, before and after, ay kami po naman ay
Can we see it?
gumawa ng ground validation.
Is this a study that was done with DNR? Are you
Yes po.
familiar with this, BND?
Madam, I believe it's a part of a project being overseen by the DNR and partnering with the,
Yes.
the group.
Gusto ko lang po maintindihan, paano po nasukat ang the 200,000 plus hectares of forest land, paano po nasukat na 57% ay run or ravaged to the ground ng bagyong Odette? Ano po ang ginamit na paraan para po sukatin? Under what project is this, Dr. Malyari? And has this been validated by the DNR?
Yes po. Ito po ay part ng aming project funded by USAID, project po ng DNR. At yan po
It's a
ay
DNR project.
Opo, with PCSD po at saka local governments.
Cibol project.
Civil
And
project.
is this ongoing or is it verified? Is it accurate to say that at least 150,000 hectares of forest land were ravaged to the ground by Typhoon Odette? Is that accurate?
It's accurate po. 94% accuracy po ng aming analysis. We use a
Director?
combination of satellite images plus ground-truthed aerial using drones at marami pong panahon na establish ng accuracy.
And these these are in the municipalities of Rojas and San Vicente
and Puerto Princesa po.
and Puerto Princesa. Are
Yes.
these upland? These are upland forests, right?
Meron din pong mga lowland forest din po.
Lowland forests, and
Opo.
of course there are barangays affected here. Could you kindly give us a copy, submit to the committee so that we understand and the impact, not just on biodiversity, on food security of
Yeah.
the people living in those areas? Ayan, patingin nga niyan. Palawan Green Assessment Land Cover. Okay, 125,000.
Sinama po namin.
Yes. Iba
Sige
po
po.
yung damaged, iba yung ravaged to the ground, run to the ground. Mm.
Well, ibig sabihin din po noon ay marami ring defoliated, yung natanggal lang yung mga sanga-sanga, pero mas pa na nakikita namin ngayon talagang damaged forest po ito. Yan pong pula na nakikita natin, yan po yung damaged closed
Okay.
forest at yung medyo light na pula yung damaged open forest.
Okay, may I know? We should, of course, replant, reforest, right?
Apa.
Has this been done, DNR? This assessment, it's first time I learned about this. Is there replanting going on? I hope we're not encouraging logging in these areas. Naapektuhan naman ng bagyo eh. Di putulin na natin. Hindi ganon. Oo. So,
Ngayon po,
yes.
Madam Senator, may tatlong prongs po. No? Yung una ay to protect whatever is left, no? Protect at all costs. Pangalawa po,
Yes.
ngayon binabalangkas ng mga local governments, local DNR, PCSD, yung kanya pong recovery at restoration plan.
That's what we want to understand. How
Apo.
is the recovery going to be? Just by planting again, and it's going to take decades, right? How
Opo,
do you?
hindi lang po
Yeah.
planting, madam, yung marami po dito assisted natural regeneration at yung iba ay spontaneous regeneration, no. Ang priority po ngayon ng local government at DNR at ng PCSD ay i-prevent po, lalo ngayon sa El Nino tayo, prevent po yung further degradation of what is left. Yan po yung natitirang green, no. Pero yung pula po, yan po halo-halong mga techniques at methodologies para ma-recover natin itong nawala natin. And this will entail the whole of government. All hands on deck po tayo dito. At ito po ay isa lamang dun sa in-assess natin na dinaanan ni Odette. Ang isa pa po na tinatapos namin yung analysis ay dito sa C+, na more than 90% po naman nasira yung vegetation, yung forest or yung mixed forest vegetation.
So, ang daming closed forest na naapektuhan.
Opo. So pagka i-convert natin yan to emissions natin, that's more than 64 million metric tons CO2 equivalent, no? Kung hindi nawala yan, malaking pera sana ang katumbas niya, no? But without PENCAS, hindi natin mabibigyan ng ganyang pagpapahalaga yung nawala or prevent further emissions or further degradation or loss of forest. With the work with DNR is putting together a standardized methodology para pare-pareho ang pagsukat natin ng kalikasan. Hindi lamang yung products that we get, but also the services that we derive from nature. Kasi hindi naman po kasama sa GDP yata yung paglilinis ng hangin, pagsasanggalang sa atin sa katulad ng ganitong malalakas na bagyo. At sa ating post-disaster needs assessment, hindi rin tayo nagsusukat ng kalikasan or impact ng bagyo o disaster sa ecosystems. Kaya po malaking malaking pagkakataon, it's a great opportunity na nandyan yung PENCAS na somehow this will be a paradigm shift po, Madam Senator, on how we measure nature, o paano natin sinusukat ang kalikasan at paano tayo nagiging matagumpay sa ating pag-safeguard sa nature, where all our survival depends.
Only Palawan. And what about the island of Siargao and the other areas affected by Odette, even parts of Cebu? Dami.
Opo.
Oo, so
Oo nga po. Patapos na po kami ng
Palawan, isang probinsya
analysis.
pa lang ito.
Opo, patapos na po kami ng analysis ng Siargao at ang ginawa po ng DNR ay tinraining na po namin yung mga regions kung paano gawin tong green assessment na ito. At ang titignan ng DNR paano ma-mainstream ito sa post-disaster assessment ng ating pamahalaan para masama naman po sa usapin yung damage to ecosystems or ecosystem services po.
You can finish your presentation, or is this it? You can, for all of those online and also those present here, please share all your PowerPoints, all the information, your opening statements, the answers. Please share it with us.
Sige
Thank
po.
you,
Yung
Dr. Yari.
last two slides po, Madam Senator, if we can go to the next slide, just to show you that biodiversity for us is not just acute animals or plants. It is also our barometer. No? Ito po pinapakita kung gaano na devastate yung suitable habitats for endemic species of hornbills. At yan po kaakibat din ng suitable areas for ratan and almasiga na pangkabuhayan ng ating mga kapatid na katutubo. So we see that in the next few years there'll be a dip in the population and therefore of this threatened species, and a dip in the harvest of ratan and almasiga, at yung pong napipintong panganib ng mga baha at tagtuyo at forest fires sa Palawan kapag hindi po naalagaan yung natitirang natural resources that we have. Even now, I think we're Puerto Princesa, because of the impending El Nino, will have a shortage in water very soon. Yung last po na point that we'd like to make, Madam Senator, is if we can go to the next slide. Ang palagay namin na pinakamagandang ang tawag dito, contribution ng PENCAS ay yung pag-iwas natin dun sa ecological amnesia or shifting baselines. Because at the moment, yung mga henerasyon po ngayon at yung susunod na henerasyon are living in a depleted world, no, in depleted environment. We'd like to prevent that, and by providing a framework in measuring nature or sukat ng kalikasan, we are able to, sabi nga ni Secretary, we are able to secure what we treasure. So, kaya sabi namin palagi, ang ending statement namin, we will not be okay if nature is not okay. So, full support po kami sa PENCAS, Madam Senator. Salamat po, magandang tanghali.
Thank you, Dr. Malyari. Thank you very much. Dr. Wilfredo Licuanan. Dr. Licuanan is here.
Hi, ma'am.
Oh, yes. Professor Licuanan. Just a minute. Online, is there anyone online? No, but you have to write it down. I don't know what's in jail. If you're not ready. Oh, later, because I already called. You have to write it down, I said. I cannot guess.
Hi, ma'am.
Professor Licuanan. Yes. Thank you very much. And anyone can give comments. Those who are online and those who are present can also give comments and questions. Yes. Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I totally agree that the two bills, the blue economy and the PENCAS, are important and must urgently be enacted. I have two specific suggestions. And one of them is that those two bills must be considered together. So I'm suggesting they be considered together because PENCAS can provide the objective basis for maximizing the potential of the blue economy. Because basically what the blue economy bills are about is to look at nature in terms of ecosystems. And if you just look at PENCAS, there is a tendency for PENCAS to focus on commodities, minerals, forests, things that we can sell. And okay lang, they're low-hanging fruit. But for example, given Dr. Malyari's presentation, those damaged forests are now leaking topsoil and nutrients to the sea, and they're ending up in the reefs. And likely, there is no information on what is happening to those reefs, except for two studies that I'm aware of, and they're focused only in specific areas. Okay. So again, I suggest that they be considered together because we
May
need
I
to consider.
understand? We are hearing two measures, and I intend to sponsor and enact both laws. You're saying that the blue economy should just be a provision of PENCAS, or
No.
PENCAS just a provision of blue economy? Because I intend to pass both into law.
No, not one should not be subsumed by the other.
That's why.
But they must be considered together.
That's a reason for our,
Yes.
that is how we made our advisory
Yes.
in our invites to
Yes.
all of you. And that is how we're dealing with it. Separate measures to be worked on separately, but I intend to pass both into pieces of legislation. I hope that's clear to everybody. Yes, unless you all have your comments, it's welcome. We'll try to incorporate. Is your suggestion then is to put them together into one measure? But that is not my intention.
Yeah, not to put them together, but maybe my second point will help explain why I suggest they must be considered together.
They're
Oh.
being, sir, they're
Yes.
being considered together. Yes. They're being considered together. I think, if you were here in the opening statement, it's never been done before. First time you're hearing it. And it will be considered, the legislative process it's considered separately. They are separate bills. If you want it to be considered together, that means it will be one measure. I think it will be stronger. If it is separate legislation. We have the Blue Economy Act, we have the PENCAS law. If you put it together, baka humina, and it might be a very complicated law. But I respect your suggestion to put it together. In fact, you can give us your justification for that, or perhaps you can even improve on provisions of either measure based on your area of specialization.
Okay, and that's my second point. The bills, I do not think the bills in their current form will gain traction fast enough for them to make a difference on my area of specialization for coral reefs. The reason being the the concept of an ecosystem remains poorly appreciated uh, in government, in society, so that the application of the bills will not be very effective given the very fragmented nature of governance, especially in relation to coral reefs. So, what I'm essentially saying is before these bills gain traction, most of our reefs will be dead by then. And
Let me just make it clear. It doesn't mean just because the blue economy is not yet a law and assuming it's not enacted into law, DNR will not do their work, and the DA and the BIFAR and everyone. And if anything happens to PENCAS and it's not enacted into law, it does not mean the NEDA start understanding what you started long ago, and the other agencies, PSA will not do it. No. The government will not start protecting and measuring what we have only when this is enacted into law in months or in a year. No, you must already do it. That's why I will already put special provisions in the GAA, which is the most important legislation annually, our national budget. And I've done that, Attorney Gablon, where are you? From 2015. Yes. So I understand what you're saying of the speed of degradation. That's why these two laws are very important. But it doesn't mean if it's not enacted into law, we do not protect. No, no. Because there are enough laws, except that the laws are not implemented as well, as good as we had wished it would. So let's make it very, very clear. Wala pa naman yung PENCAS. Huwag natin sukatin. Huwag natin i-database. Huwag tayo gumawa ng tools. Huwag natin gawin. Hindi, nagsimula na nga 1991. Wala pa ang blue economy. Lapastangan natin ang ating karagatan. Hindi. Hindi po ganon. Oo.
Well, I'll give you a specific example. For coral reefs. There are two pieces of information that's critical to make that account valuable. One is habitat extent. We need maps, polygons on maps of coral reefs. The second is the condition of those habitats. Okay, so those are two critical information needed for natural capital accounts on coral reefs. The first one, Philippines is number 3 globally in terms of reef area, but we do not have maps of where those coral reefs are. We do not have maps on where the reef starts and where the reef ends. We do not have names or numbers for those coral reefs.
I hear from the BNB, the DNR. Of course, I know you're a bureau and you say it's not available, you're doing your best. Just address that issue. We have 0 maps of ridge to reef.
The reef, the coral reef. We have maps of coral, not coral reefs, and they're not the same. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, madam.
And before.
Let me clarify that what we use as basis for planning for coastal and marine resources protection are those generated, starting from data generated by NAMRIA. So I guess NAMRIA is the authority in terms of using whatever technology. I believe they're using space technology to conduct inventory assessment of the meets and bounds of specific resources, both terrestrial and aquatic. So right now, the Bureau is just starting with the coastal and marine resources, and we're using the NAMRIA maps. And we're working with the group of Dr. Likwanan in really covering up or the gaps in terms of particularly on coming up with our real status on which are good corals, best corals, poor and whatever status. So basically, I guess I would agree on the fact that we may not have a fully devoted program in terms of coming up with a real-time assessment of the meets and bounds as well as the conditions. And this is not just in the corals, even in the terrestrial areas. Yes, ma'am.
We expected that answer, and we know the limitations because of our archipelagic nature. Again, I understand that, but we are not picking into what's not existing or now. We are talking about the 2 measures. May we know again, perhaps Professor Likwanan, give us your comments on provisions in both we're in PENCAS now. We'll go to blue economy later, or perhaps in another hearing, and we'll collapse into TWG on how it affects your sector and how life-changing it would be, assuming it's enacted into law.
Okay, to do that quickly, I'll just point out some key words mentioned in previous comments. One is full of government approach, very important. The other is valuation. The other term used that I think is very important is there must be a dedicated unit. If we do that, then maybe we'll do better for coral reefs. But if we do not have maps, we also do not have updated information. The latest report of the Global Coral Reef Monitoring Network came out last year. and the Philippines contributed zero to the global coral reef monitoring network. We do not only do we not have maps of coral reefs, we do not have monitoring of coral reefs.
That's clearly understood, sir. And even if we enact this into law, if it is not done by the executive department, we will not have the maps. We cannot legislate the effective and efficient implementation of the law. I'm being very honest. You can put provisions and provisions there. Maps must be made available. It is not just the corals, but the reefs, etc. All of that, the most beautifully worded things. But if there's no funding allocation in the annual budget, and even if there's funding allocation, but if it's not implemented, we won't have it.
But
Yes.
if PENCAS is enacted, then there's now more urgency to generate those two key pieces of information that would enhance management of coral reefs.
Let it be clear that these two pieces of legislation are urgent, but it doesn't mean because it's not yet enacted that we will not protect what we already have. Very clear, whether it's forests or corals, and ang daming ecosystems yan eh. Now we're focusing on corals, but really if we talk about each and every ecosystem, we can talk endlessly. But I'm just making it very clear that this is no silver bullet. If it's enacted into law, it doesn't mean oral corals will be protected and we will have a complete database and maps of every coral reef. I don't want to promise that because I don't hold the purse of government and I do not implement the laws. But because of our strong oversight functions, we will compel government. But it's really a challenge. I just want to be realistic. But this is urgent. That the first step is to enact it into law.
And that's why my first point na sana a statement is made in those bills to prioritize coral reefs.
We would appreciate, sir, just like I requested our other guests and resource persons online, to give us the specific provision where we could. Is it absent? Is a protection of coral reefs absent in our blue economy measure? There. It's there. It is stated. Wants it to be the first one. So it's there, but as I said, bills evolve, and we would need the expertise of every sector or here, and we will study that. That's why this is just the beginning. We appreciate your concerns, but let me just bring you back to reality that the enactment of these measures will not solve all of the problems, but it's a first crucial step towards addressing these needs. Okay? Thank you, Professor Likwanan. We would request you to submit the provisions on coral reefs, which may not be present in the draft measures. There's a request of Senator Villanueva to include this explanatory note asserted into the record of this hearing as his opening statement. Thank you. Yes. We'd like to thank ABS-CBN, DZMM, Teleradyo, Bombo Radio, Manila Times, Senate YouTube, Senate Facebook, and our Facebook who have been with us from the beginning. Thank you. I'm being given, I know we have many resource persons, and I really appreciate your interest and your commitment and your patience. I can't call everyone, but we will have we'll have continuing hearings. May we hear from Attorney Asis Perez of Tanggol, Kalikasan. Attorney Perez was before, no? 5 years ago. Yes. Is Attorney Perez online? When we ask our resource persons to give their comments on the bills, we hope that you have reviewed the draft bills. And if there's not time, we apologize for that. Could you kindly email to us your comments? And whatever is missing or lacking in governmental processes or in the implementation of projects of various government agencies, we already know that, but we welcome your reiteration so that also they know that we're all watching and that we need to improve how work should be implemented by government agencies. But the point of this hearing is to improve, enhance, revise, even completely change the measures on hand because, as I said, it's not here. Okay. I filed this PENCAS bill way back in 2007. Oh, Attorney Perez is not online. May we hear DOST Picard? Mia Aranas? Yes. If you're still online. But we understand
Yes.
if you're no longer online.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Madam Chair, good
Thank you.
afternoon.
Please
This
proceed.
is Mia Aranas representing our Executive Director, Dr. Reynaldo B. Ibarra. And we'd like to manifest that the UST Picard strongly supports the swift passage of the bill, and the UST as one of the identified agencies that will form the NCA PENCAS may support R&D activities. And in fact, we would like to share briefly that the USTP card has included it's in our natural resource and environment R&D agenda and the socioeconomics R&D agenda, the resource and ecosystems assessment, monitoring, and valuation. As such, we have been funding programs and projects on the economic valuation of different ecosystems like terrestrial and marine, particularly the West Philippine Sea for marine and coral ecosystems, and other forest reserve and natural park. And in particular, the resource inventory and valuation project in the West Philippine Sea will develop a systematic and comprehensive accounting and valuation of the ecosystem assets and services that conforms to international guidelines and frameworks such as the UNCEA. And recently, to support what Dr. Ben Malayang said earlier, well, we are also funding the establishment of valuation and accounting of ecosystem services laboratory or values lab to build or strengthen the capacity of our researchers and local planners in valuation and accounting. And for the improvement of the bill, we proposed a number of suggested revisions and additions. I'll just enumerate a few, but the entire position paper will be formally endorsed to the committee. First, on the definition, section 3, we recommend the following be also defined, as mentioned by Dr. Ben Malayang earlier, the different types of ecosystem services, such as the provisioning, cultural, regulating, and supporting services, based on the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment. On section 3, item C, we suggest the statement, quote, provides a flow of benefits to people and the economy, end quote, be revised to provide a flow of goods and services that contribute to or provides benefits to people and the economy. On section 3, item D, if the preamble of the bill indicates adherence to the UNCEA, then the definition of ecosystem services must be consistent with it. And the UNCEA indicates that ecosystem services contributes to benefits rather than the benefits itself. And this can be highlighted in the framework and the proposed section on the valuation of the bill. We also have a proposal to include before section 4 the key principles of PENCAS, and we have a list of principles that are recommended to be elaborated, such as sustainability and sustainable development, preservation, conservation, and the precautionary principle, among others. We also would like to propose.
Could you kindly, Ms. Aranas, could
Yes, ma'am.
you were speeding on the most important portion on the principles of PENCAS. Could
Oh,
you
okay.
say it again? And are you
Alright, ma'am.
saying these are not included in the present PENCAS version?
Ma'am, we
Are
just
you
like to
agreeing that it is
explicitly,
there? Yes.
yes, agree, both
Pakiliwanag po,
agreeing.
pakiliwanag.
Both
Sorry,
agree.
we're talking at the same time. Could I request you to repeat what you said on the principles of PENCAS? Did I hear you say it is not included in the present version? And then we request you to help us if it's not, if it was omitted.
Yes, ma'am. We just like
Yes.
to for the following to be explicitly elaborated, ma'am. It's already there.
Uh, Explicit elaboration on the following. Pakiulit po.
Yes, ma'am. Opo. And the following are the sustainability and sustainable development, preservation, conservation, and the precautionary principle, economic accounting principles, such as economic and valuation accounting principles, such as economic valuation of ENR, intrinsic values, non-market valuation, boundaries of valuation for economic accounting, which is distinct from welfare valuation approaches. The polluter pay principle, damage and compensation, nature rights, and the concept of gender and development. And we can provide a description for each one that will be included in our official position paper.
Thank you for that. I am told it is in the objectives. That's objectives? No, but not in the provisions. I agree with you. There should be an elucidation of each. May I request the STP card with your team to
Yes, ma'am.
kindly submit that to the committee? We take note
Yes,
of
ma'am.
your suggestions, your recommendations to enhance the measure. And may I just note for everyone present and those virtual, that is the way to critique a bill, and that is the way legislation is. You have advanced copy, and if it's not, that's okay. You can submit it later, and please tell us what's missing. And bills are far from perfect. In fact, when it's enacted into law, malayo na hindi mo makita yung itsura kung pareho pa rin. We're not saying what we write will save the country. No, maraming mali. So you have to correct us, and thank you for that, and help us elucidate on those, elaborate on those principles of PENCAS. Yes, please
Opo.
proceed.
All right, ma'am. Ma'am, I'm just selecting some of the specific suggestions, ano po, and then the entire thing will be officially endorsed po. What else? Okay. This is another proposal before Section 6, involvement of government agencies. Before that, we propose an additional section on the development of accounts. And this section on development of accounts or the natural capital and ecosystems accounting system should consider the following: the primary accounts or the priority accounts, including land assets, forest assets, ocean energy, water, carbon, and ecosystems, solid waste emission and agricultural ecosystem accounts, accounts for PAs or protected areas, for watersheds, landscape, and river basins. And then we have 8 on the list. Second is generation of data that will include collaboration mechanisms on data generation, access to agency data. Kasi ito po yung usually na problema, big data and global data, geospatial data as repeatedly mentioned by our resource person, data platforms of international or other organizations. Okay, Section 6 and 7, involvement of government agencies. We recommend the addition of CHED to the list of involved agencies to engage the SUCs in capacity building for NCA and ecosystem accounting. And if it's possible, we also propose the inclusion of DepEd. And na-mention ko na rin po kanina about capacity building. We recommend that a separate section on capacity development for building accounts be added to the bill. This should include collaboration between DepEd, CHED, SUCs, DILG, and okay. On Section 911 Natural Capital Units at national agencies, we recommend the identification of prioritization of accounts that will be developed annually or periodically because baka po with the limited time and resources, it's not possible that every accounts that will be identified will be delivered. So at least what are the priority can be identified. Section 13, 14, 18, role of LGUs. LGUs must collaborate with academic institutions on capacity building in development of accounts. It is also recommended to include the development of a protocol for the collection and processing of data specific to the purpose of NCA. The standardization of data collection and processing is important so that collective efforts to measure various ecosystems account can be readily used by other users, regardless of whether they are done by national agencies, NGOs, or science community in general. And those are some of our comments, ma'am. Rest assured that the USTP card will continuously support all R&D programs and projects related to valuation and building the capacity of our research networks that will result in more robust and high quality level valuation studies. Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you, DOST Picard, Ms. Mia Aranas, for that comprehensive critique of the measures. We would appreciate receiving all of that. Um, do we have the BSP? Attorney Maridez Lim. She was the one earlier who was mobile. Is she already online?
Yes, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I'm
Good
Marites Lim
afternoon,
of
yes.
the Bangko
Thank you.
Sentral ng Pilipinas Controllership Subsector. Um, the BSP supports the passage of this Senate bill, the PENCAS, and the BSP will submit its comments once it is cleared by our management.
So if you're not ready with the comments, then you just submit. Yes. So we move on to somebody who's ready with the comments. Thank you. Yung pinatawag. Yes. May we have Dr. Cora Claudio of the Climate Action and Sustainability Allowance. I know Dr. Claudio has been advocating for natural resource accounting for a long, long time, also with the Management Association of the Philippines. Dr. Claudio, Cora.
Okay, unmute and okay, I don't know why Zoom is coming out. Is my video in? Sorry, I can't manipulate it. Can somebody just do that? Okay.
Just got back to Dr. Claudio if when she's ready. There's some technological
I am ready.
challenge.
I am ready. Can you
cameraman
hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Cora.
But
There's
you
no
cannot see me
video.
because I cannot. Okay, can you see me now? Okay, thank you very much. I just
Okay,
have some comments.
proceed.
First,
Thank
I'd
you.
like to thank you, Senator Loren, and other legislators who have joined you to focus on these two important topics. The foreign funded projects that have been done in the past, and maybe some going on, and the private consulting companies like RICS that have implemented projects, and some NGOs. I think one important question that we have to raise now is why should we give importance now to these two topics when we are in a crisis in many areas, in food, energy, water, waste, and others, no? And whenever we are in a situation like this, I'm now wearing my business sector and NGO hats. Uh, we try to look for solutions to address the issues. But sometimes when we do that, or oftentimes, we look at solutions that other countries offer to us. And we forget some critical matters that we have to develop and to work on. Okay, so first, this is a complex issue that will take many years and will need past, improved, and new science and technology based tools and solutions, especially technologies. Let me just mention three potential actions that we have to do. One is we really have to collaborate, and we have to include even LGUs here, which I hope you will include in the next hearing, a representative from that, because they can help a lot in data gathering, business, and number two is we really need to do phased implementation, but we have to focus those on a prioritization list. Uh, what are the critical areas, critical in terms of losing the resources, and also critical because we badly need them for our further sustainable development. Let me just propose a few things. No, one is I think we should always consider what we are as a country. We are a maritime and archipelagic nation, and we have to correct the number of islands that we always report. 7,641 islands now, based on the last count, I think. And we have ample blessings from God. They're not perfect because God also gave us brains to work on them with our research and development, which funds that are limited, unfortunately. And why are we using this for things that we don't have any natural capital on? We may not even have human capital on anymore, and we do not have what is measured by GDP, product services, including technologies that others develop. No, and I refer, for example, to nuclear power. That is the topic of my doctoral thesis, but I am very much against it for our country because we have a lot of solar, wind, etc. Okay, there are issues associated with them, so let us allocate the research and development money on them. Now, there are suggestions on first the use of methods and tools. Our CASA member, Dr. Marian de los Angeles, mentioned one. And my suggestion is for us to have to expand that to say that we will consider existing, improve, and new because there are really many new ones that are being developed, methods and tools in order to do the accounting properly. Then we should include, yes, mapping is very critical, but then we have to really use the correct map. As of now, many of our men have your map on your shirts, but that is the wrong map. No, we do not have a complete map that we use even in schools. We have to consider the territories that we are claiming as ours and put them in our map. No, okay. Then this mapping is a difficult task too, but it's not only NAMRIA who should be involved here. We have MSI for Marine. We have those that have vessels like the Philippine Navy and Philippine Coast Guard. And when I was in the board of the Philippine Navy, I helped forge an agreement between the Philippine Navy and the UP system to collaborate on conducting marine research. Now, on Blue Economy, I must confess, I have not read the Blue Economy bill yet because I just received it the other day and I was out of town. We may have different definitions of blue economy. There are several definitions, and in our case, what we are adopting is one that considers not only the fact that we have 4/5 water, but we have also 1/5 land in our territories, and the people who should care to protect and conserve and optimally and sustainably use those water resources live on land. And so we have to consider them as well. We are adopting more Gunther Pauli's definition, which says that if you look at the Earth from the multiverse outside, it is a blue planet. And what can make us retain its being blue is having no pollution. And so we should include also, maybe not as detailed as we have them in existing laws already, on the pollution aspect of the blue economy issue. And lastly, I think I mentioned it earlier that we have to broaden the inclusion of some critical parties that we can help do this really complex work. And I'm very glad that to hear that PSA has been doing something on this, but don't be too humble and quiet about this because this is not an easy work. We need everybody's help in doing this, and you have to define for us, for example, what the business sector can do. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Cora Claudio. May we hear from the DFA? What is your position on both the PENCAS bill and the Blue Economy measure?
afternoon, Madam Chair. Thank you
Thank
very
you. And may we know, may we ask the DFA to give us a information on which, not now if you're not ready, within the week, on countries that already have blue economy, similar measures to the blue economy, and perhaps copies of their legislation, and those in the world mentioned earlier, I think by Dr. De Los Angeles, was it Professor? Australia, or someone mentioned Australia being the model, Norway of PENCAS, Indonesia doing some areas of PENCAS. I would like to understand that better. I would like to see both the Norwegian PENCAS and the Australia and what Indonesia is doing. Yeah. Or a survey in the world of what countries have legislation, even if it's not enacted legislation, policies on both PENCAS and blue economy. Mm-mm. Thank you. May we hear from
Yes.
ASEC?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. The Department of Foreign Affairs supports the enactment of a law providing a comprehensive framework for the management of the blue economy, which aims to harmonize and strengthen the implementation and enforcement of existing policies and regulations on the governance of the Philippines' marine and aquatic resources, as well as the sustainable development of the country's maritime sector. The department takes this view in light of the following. Number one, enacting a law that promotes a coordinated and integrated approach to the management and development of the blue economy supports the Philippines' commitment to implementing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. It directly contributes towards the accelerated achievement of the following SDGs. SDG 1, no poverty. SDG 2, zero hunger. SDG 7, affordable and clean energy. SDG 8, decent work and economic growth. SDG 10, reduced inequalities. SDG 12, responsible production and consumption. SDG 13, climate action. SDG 14, life below water. And SDG 17, partnerships for goals. The Senate bill is aligned with the Philippines' international commitments on food and economic security and climate action by providing a mechanism for the country to unlock the potentials of its fisheries and maritime sector, as well as the resources to achieve this goal. The Senate bill also supports the Philippines' commitments to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, as well as the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights by promising to uphold the rights to adequate food and living standards by enhancing the productivity of the fisheries sector, which is a source of livelihood for more than 60% of Filipinos and which accounts for close to 40% of the country's poverty incidence. According to the PSA, the fishermen account for the second highest poverty incidence in the country. In addition, 80% of Philippine provinces are located along the coastline and depend on marine and coastal tourism to keep their local economies afloat. Furthermore, a more coordinated and integrated approach to maritime governance will open new sources of economic growth for the country that will enable it to achieve its ambition of obtaining high middle income status through the development of other industries that currently serve as the backbone of the Philippine economy, such as industry, manufacturing and construction, shipbuilding, services, and tourism, among others. By empowering and expanding the mandate of the National Maritime Council to include the sustainable management and development of the blue economy, as well as the preservation of coastal and marine ecosystems and maritime resources, the Senate bill provides a framework for a whole-of-government approach towards effectively addressing the risks of climate change and environmental degradation, which adversely affect a country's food, energy, health, and economic security. Placing the protection and conservation of coastal and marine ecosystems at the heart of the policy framework reinforces the Philippines' commitment to the Paris Agreement, specifically on provisions related to nature-based solutions, adaptation, and mitigation. As a party to the Convention on Biological Diversity, the Senate bill would aid in achieving the agreed goals and targets of the historic Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, especially the effective restoration of at least 30% of areas of degraded terrestrial, inland water, and coastal and maritime ecosystem by 2030. In relation to the above, the Senate bill also supports the Philippines' commitment to the UN World Tourism Organization, particularly on the promotion of sustainable and regenerative tourism, which is considered a critical building block for ensuring long-term economic recovery for the coastal communities. The Philippines is also part of the Coral Triangle Initiative, which aims to address urgent threats confronting the coastal and marine resources of the Coral Triangle, one of the most biologically and ecologically diverse regions in the world. As such, the enactment of this law is in the national interest of the Philippines, given the pressing need for a comprehensive and coherent governance framework to effectively connect key value chains. The enactment of this law on blue economy is in the national interest of the Philippines, given the pressing need for a comprehensive and coherent governance framework to effectively connect key value chains and trigger the rapid development of the country's blue economy. Speaking of blue economy, the department notes that the bill's definition of blue economy, quote, and I quote, a practical ocean-based economic model using green infrastructure and technologies, innovative financing mechanisms, and proactive institutional arrangements for meeting the twin goals of protecting our oceans and coasts and enhancing its potential contribution to sustainable development, including improving human well-being and reducing environmental risks and ecological scarcities, end of quote, is the same as the definition used by NEDA and is contained in the Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028, which in turn is similar to the definition used in the 2012 Changwon Declaration. It is noted that the World Bank and the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs have used the term blue economy and articulated this as comprising the range of economic sectors and related policies that together determine whether the use of oceanic resources is sustainable. The World Bank and the UNDESA further explain that the blue economy has diverse components, including established traditional ocean industries such as fisheries, tourism, and maritime transport, but also new and emerging activities such as offshore renewable energy, aquaculture, seabed extractive activities, and marine biotechnology and bioprospecting. In ASEAN, while it is acknowledged that blue economy is a multifaceted and cross-cutting concept, parties in ASEAN have agreed that blue economy refers to, and I quote, the sustainable, resilient, and inclusive use, governance, management, and conservation of oceans, seas, as well as marine and coastal resources and ecosystems for economic growth across various sectors such as fishery, aquaculture, maritime transport, renewable energy, tourism, climate change, research and development, while improving human well-being and social equity. Madam Chair, we also have various comments on the Senate bill, specifically on marine scientific research, on the chapter on maritime zones, on the archipelagic sea lanes, on the institutional mechanisms, and on adherence to international agreements. And of course, on the environmental economic accounting, which is chapter 5 of the Senate bill. Let me just divert from my prepared. I just would like to comment that the suggestion a while ago that the PENCAS should be subsumed or not should be inside the blue economy bill. I don't think it should be because the PENCAS covers everything that is.
Thank you for that. there's no need to discuss that because from the very start, these are two separate measures which I'm hearing in one hearing and in the subsequent hearing. So
Okay, yes, Madam.
that's very clear. I will not subsume each on the other.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Chapter 5 of the Senate bill mandates adoption of the UN SIA, which we have already mentioned a while ago, and the department knows that such guideline is non-binding, and that the Philippine government has the prerogative to either apply them, which we are already applying per the discussion of the PSA representative. So, that is all, Madam Chair.
Are you the head of, the ASEC is the head of OIR now?
Yes, ma'am.
You're the head?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been there?
Less than 2 months.
So what you did was you connected both measures, PENCAS and Blue Economy, to treaties and conventions that we already concurred in, to which we belong.
Yes,
Correct?
ma'am.
So you're citing the relevance of these two pending bills in compliance, in a way, with treaties and conventions we are a part of.
I agree. That's why
Correct.
these two bills are really very important.
Okay, very good. That's a good point that you did. Yeah. So just so that those old and new, no, in government or even those in the private sector. So you see how the lady from Picard had analyzed the measure, how the DFA connected it to conventions and to treaties, how the PSA had cited the importance to our GDP and our GNI, how Tony Secloizaga had given us the macro framework and its importance, how a professor, I think from Siliman, talked about the 4 ecosystems that needed to be included because only 2 of the 4 were present in the measure, how the example, let's say, of the degradation of a forest area in northern Palawan has been affected by Odette. I'm just citing some. I'm not saying the other presentations or critiques or were not good, but we are going local to global and global to local. And that's why, and the historical presentation of when it started in 1991 and my request from DFA of giving us the best practices or best policies or laws, not just in ASEAN, but in the world. That is how to enhance measures. So that's what I ask of agencies. Pag pinapagsabihan ko kayo, para matuto kayo. Pag dumating kayo sa mga hearing, maghanda kayo. Kasi kayo nga ang resource persons. Kaya nga tawag resource. Kasi we don't have the we don't have the monopoly of knowledge. That's a reason why I supposedly ask experts from the private sector, from the academe, from science community, and from government agencies who will be implementing this. Okay, may we hear from the DTI why, what is the connection between Blue Economy and PENCAS, connection of PENCAS to trade and industry, to perhaps the MSME law, to the OTOP, recently passed OTOP bill, to even the Maharlika Fund. Tell us the importance.
Okay. Thank you,
If-
Madam
if you see
Senator.
it, if you're
Yes,
prepared.
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
USEC, I'm
Carol,
Carolina
yes.
Sanchez. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Senator. Well, just I'll read a few statements and comment following that. The Department of Trade and Industry supports the intention of the proposed bills to institutionalize the development and implementation of the natural capital accounting system applicable to the Philippine environment, emphasizing the role, value, and economic impact of natural resources in measuring the country's wealth. If enacted, this will be a landmark legislation that will provide an essential framework in managing wealth and resources for the growth of economies, placing sustainable development at the core of national economic planning and decision-making. This also opens up opportunities for a more economically responsive policy and decision-making in addressing the threats to the country's natural resources, such as biodiversity, loss, and degradation. This could also provide an intensive source of information on the usage and consumption of our natural resources. Moreover, this is aligned with the government's thrust for climate change and financing mechanisms. So for us at DTI, we really strongly support this bill because it'll guide us in our industry development, our promotion of, because, and now we're strong on promoting the sourcing of raw materials in the country. So instead of importing these raw materials, one way to address our trade balance that we're working on is really to push for the sourcing of raw materials in the country. And for us, a good accounting of the natural resources available, and also how to recover some of the resources that will be used. Having it, balancing the use of these resources will be very useful in terms of guiding our businesses and industries towards the development of the products and commodities. So aside from the investments in infrastructure that was mentioned earlier, we do want to be guided as well in terms of the investments we're pushing for sustainable development, other investments in utilities and renewable energy that we are pushing. And as another way for us to use the materials that will be produced, or the accounting or the outputs from this, would be the way we're guiding the different associations of industries. For example, the Canned Sardines Association of the Philippines, how the available resources in the country could be better used by their industry. Just a couple of comments in terms of what was raised earlier in the hearing. I know that there were comments on being specific in terms of priority sectors and in terms of accounting principles. I guess we do respect to the specialists who've recommended this. Another aspect to think about perhaps would be to set a standard in terms of alignment to the international alignment to national treaties in terms of adopting an international standard, but being very specific can sometimes be constraining in terms of implementing the law. When we get to the, I think having a clear mechanism on who decides on what sectors to be prioritized, and what accounting methodology or technique will be applied would be a better way of stating the law, instead of being very specific in terms of sectors and accounting methods to be used. Just a mechanism to have a deciding, I think a clear mechanism on how to decide this would be a better option.
Thank you very much. What I want from DTI, if you could please give it in the next hearing, is the impact on jobs and job generation, employment, if we're able to measure it, projections, and sustainable livelihoods, what kind of livelihoods will be generated, and the possibility of green investments. It's easy to say sustainable development, green investments, pero paano? Will the enactment of these measures enhance job creation? How? Show us the roadmap. Tell us how. And maybe include provisions that can lead to that. Yes. I will suspend, because we have a caucus. What time is it? 1:30. Been 3 hours. It's been 3 hours straight. No. 3 hours. Okay. I thank all of you for joining me since Fisheries. Oh, Fisheries Development Authority. You may want to speak. Yes. Before we suspend, perhaps the Fisheries Development Authority Attorney Pangapalan.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, but he's out a while ago, but he will be returning. So if you want-
He's the one who's supposed to present.
Yes,
That's
yes,
okay.
yes.
Then he can just present. That's okay. We don't expect people to stay online or the whole time. No, we do expect, but of course we understand if there are other meetings. Yes. The Phil Rice. Ano po ang impact nito sa Phil Rice sa ating pag-angkat ng bigas, o sa ating pagtanim ng palay, o sa problema ng gutom at kakulangan ng pagkain? Yes, Dr. De Leon.
Thank you very much po, ma'am. Gusto rin po naming i-manifest na sa PhilRice naniniwala po kami na ito pong inyong binalangkas na bill, ay excellent na initiative. Very relevant po siya and very timely. Yung pong pag-collect ng data na dinidiscuss natin ng buong umaga in relation to ecosystem service at saka sa natural capital po ay sa tingin din namin hindi lang siya relevant sa amin bilang research agency. Actually ma'am, gusto ko din banggitin sana bilang kami ay R&D agency, meron kami laging pinaniniwalaan na if you cannot measure it, you cannot improve on it. Kung tatagalogin natin yon, kung hindi man lang natin masukat yung ating mga yaman, paano natin pagyayamanin pa ito? So napakahalaga po ma'am nitong inyong ginawa. In particular ma'am, meron lang kaming gustong, siguro ang term din yung binanggit kanina, parang possibly explicitly elucidated din po yung tungkol po dun sa bahagi ng yung sa more on the social aspect kasi parang more on the economic pero yung sa social aspect po yung parang ang mga mamamayan katuwang din sana dito, for example yung ecosystem services but also as a way for people to become part of the stewards of nature. Marami ma'am kayong ano dito ginagawa pero yun lang po yung isa namin gustong banggitin. And then of course perhaps nauna po yung inyong original na balangkas pero for example in the CBD yung sa biodiversity nung 2010 meron na po silang mga parang thinking about this like yung tiered approach nila in managing data and policy priorities. For example, yung tier 1 na tinitingnan nila, yung paano yung standards, yung calculations based on global default system. Yung tier 2 na tinitingnan nila, paano naman yung sa national? At dito po siguro, habang dinidevelop pa natin itong inyo pong batas na sinulat, maganda po siguro na ma-determine din natin. Totoong meron yung global na default values, pero baka dahil meron tayong unique na yaman, kailangan din natin yung igiit ng mabuti. Siguro po yung binabanggit kanina nila, yung iba po natin mga resource persons, and then the actual monitoring. Ito po yung nakikita namin, and dun sa social po, I think marami din po kayong ginagawa dito, pero sana wag din nating makakalimutan when we value things. Meron din po kasi tayong mga yung indigenous knowledge. Baka po yun ay malimutan din dahil sa pag-value natin yung inventory natin yung physical and then yung monetary. Pero baka may pananaw po na iba. Yun lang po ma'am siguro ma'am. Thank you very much sa opportunity. Nag-input po kami.
Thank you for reminding me about indigenous knowledge. It's part of our natural wealth, our national wealth and our natural wealth. You're correct. Yaman yan. Thank you. Before, Mr. Perez, ano mo si Asis?
Wala po. No relation po.
You have something to say o gusto po nyo to insert into the record?
Apa. Ma'am, good afternoon, Madam Chair. On the part of the BFAR, we support po the passage of this bill, and admittedly, ma'am, on the specific and details of our comments, we will submit to your office. But we would like to emphasize, ma'am, that for the assessment of research of the fisheries, it's already lodged to the National Fisheries Institute, Development Institute, who conducted po the research and the assessment of our fisheries and aquatic resources. Let me just emphasize, ma'am, that the Bureau already introduced the newly launched IUU fishing and the process and the prevalence of IUU fishing in the local government units through the different responses scores. Said system, if coupled with strict law enforcement, are still enough to address the continuous marine and aquatic degradation, which eventually affects the result of the nation's economic indicators. Thus, the need for more measures address in preserving and protecting marine resources. In view of the foregoing, the Bureau recognizes the benefit to fisheries if the above stated Senate bills are an institutionalized environment accounting system that encompasses data from source to output would bring out comprehensive policies aimed toward sustainable fisheries development. Coherently, framework which will ultimately determine the value of our marine resources will surely contribute to the Bureau's commitment in combating IUU fishing and our enforcement efforts in the protection of our marine resources. Furthermore, under Section 7 and 12 of the Senate Bill Number 9, the Bureau finds it proper that it be involved in the collection, generation, analysis, and presentation of the statistics and data requirements of PENAX, as well as the proposed special mandate for the natural capital accounting in accordance with our primary functions. The same is proposed to be reflected also under Senate Bill Number 1914 and 2041. It is further suggested that the National Fisheries Research and Development Institute be also included in the list, as said institute is designated as primary research arm for fishery matters and lead agency for fisheries resource development in the country. In summary, considering the DAB Farm mandate of ensuring rational and sustainable development, management, and conservation of fishery and aquatic resources, in its commitment to adopt the precautionary principle in a manner consistent with ecosystem-based approach to fisheries management, the Bureau expresses strong support in the passage of the proposed bill. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon.
With the BFAR statement, I thank all of you for coming here today. Neda, please prepare next time and don't be late. And can you send a more senior officer who's been involved in PENCAS? Sino ba sa inyo talaga ang involved in PENCAS?
Director Nieva Natural na po yung most senior that's involved in PENCAS.
Yes.
Opo, we'll send her.
Yes. Along with I hope the secretary, I hope Sec Balisacan can be here. And of course, those who have technical knowledge and historical knowledge on PENCAS, right?
We'll look for the one.
Who was in charge? Nakapart na ng
She
PSA.
left already. She left already.
Because PSA, how long have you been with PSA, Miss Vivian?
PSA started 2013.
Sino ang kasama po
But
niyo sa NEDA?
before
It's impossible that no one in NEDA knows
10
about
years,
PENCAS.
10
No,
years.
Who were you working with in NEDA?
With NEDA is Yusek Rose De Leon.
Anyway, kayong
Yusek-
find out. It's not for me to ask who to
Yes.
send.
Yes,
Please,
Senator,
and
we'll
do
look
your
for it.
homework. And even if assuming no one in NEDA knows about PENCAS, but it's impossible because I know you know, and
No, yes, Senator,
you should know, and you just have to prepare the way the others
office-
prepared.
Opo.
Look at the other agencies of government. You make time. Do your homework.
Yes, Senator. The office kasi po that's in charge of PENCAS is the ANRES office, where
Which
the chief
office? I'm
economist,
sorry.
the Agriculture, Natural Resources, and Environment
Who's
office
the head
po.
of that office?
Director Nieva Natural. So she would have the most institutional knowledge on PENCAS.
So you should have both prepared and read a statement. If you cannot memorize, that's understood, so that you could share it with the committee.
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Those who are not able to speak, I hope you will have the chance and the patience to join me again for the next hearing. That would be on the week of June 12th.
14, 13, or 14.
The week of June 12th, that's what I said, right? Yes, but I appreciate, and in the meantime, between now and the second hearing, which I will preside as well, not yet TWG, I would like to receive the PowerPoint presentations of those online. Thank you to Dr. De Los Angeles, very, very comprehensive. That's how I want things, with their PowerPoint and an explanation, the PowerPoints and the opening statements and the suggestions for the measure. Salamat sa mga hindi nakapagsalita, bigay po nyo yung inyong pinaghandaan. And I would like to be briefed more by the PSA since you have historical knowledge as well. Yes, thank you and good afternoon. The hearing is suspended until our next hearing.